is up, guys? Welcome back, Karen Reed trial watchers. Ugh. The McCabe's and the Alberts partying up at the VFW in Dedham yesterday with full-blown police presence. I'm gonna try to play a video for you guys. Yeah. So I am getting emails. Some people got, I don't even know how they got blocked. The way that it works that I have to go in through the back to unblock you is I have to look through individually. I can't just type in your name and see if you're blocked. That's not how it works. I have to go in the back end and look through over 1,000 accounts. So it does take a while to try to find. I can't just type in like the letter J and it shows me all the J's that I've blocked or anything like that. So it does take a minute to go back in. And if I can't find your screen name, if you want to make another Gmail account or whatever it is that you can do so you could be part of typing in, please do that. Sometimes when that happens, it's not that we block you. It's that YouTube will sometimes do it. If a mod is doing multiple things could happen where they get hit off. If you can remember the last time that you live chatted and what episode it was in, that is the best way to let me know what the last live chat you chatted in and were able to chat in. I can then go to that video, and if we still have the live chat, I can then click on your name and find you easier that way. So that might be a quicker way, but stuff like that takes a little bit of time. So please be patient with us. If you want to chat, I just suggest that you make a new name for the time being and chat away, chat your brains out. But you have to understand that there are thousands of accounts that try to come in and live chat and troll and stuff like that. So we make sure that this chat is amazing. And so occasionally people will get blocked that it was an accident, or sometimes YouTube does it. So if that happens to you, it's so easy to make another account. It's free. Just go make another account so that you could chat right here with Lana and all your favorites. So again, we are back here for trial day number 34, right? The watch day number 4, but trial day 34. And Tom is not live down in by the courthouse, so I hope everything's okay going with him. I always first thing just make sure people are safe and people are healthy, and so whatever's going on with Tom, he doesn't miss. So just thinking about our boy Tom. Next up, like I just said, the McAlberts partying at the VFW in Dedham yesterday. Full-blown police presence. We have Dedham police that were there. The Massachusetts State Police that were there, they were protecting them outside the doors so that they could party in the VFW. You can't make this shit up. DMC, aka Lady. Oh, thank you. Prayers for our boy Tom. Prayers, buddy, prayers. Maybe Tom's dad will be the angel that passes on and through, and that Karen Reed comes out today and on top. But our prayers are with you, Tom. It's not the same without him there. What's VFW? It's a bar for veterans. Susie B, what's VFW? But anyways, we're here for it, you guys, because you know what? I'm actually ecstatic and happy because I was going through some stuff last night, and I said, you know what? I am just so thankful that I am not a Norfolk County resident who is on that jury, because I am on cloud 9 that I am not that fucking dumb. I can say it. because this is stupid. Yeah. You guys, Karen Read is innocent. We all know she's innocent, but the best part about it is that let's just witness. This is the stupidest shit I've seen in history. We all knew we were going to be making some history, okay? Now let's just be part of the stupidity and watch from the sidelines on how royally effed that town is. So, that somebody has the balls to hold out. Okay? Because there is no way that this is like a 6 versus 6 guilty, not guilty. That is not what this is. Okay? This is not that at all. Somebody played the game. Somebody played the game of acting like they were pro, this defense case, and then flipped the switch. And they've done it in such a way that I even think the jurors inside now, that the way that this person would be coming across is, if this was so confrontational, we're going to hear about it, I think, today. In terms of like that we can't, like, this is a ridiculous impasse, you know what I mean? But I liked what I saw yesterday in terms of like Karen and Yanetti's body language back and forth. I know you try to like look into stuff. Sometimes you shouldn't, but it is what it is. So, let's take a look here. Do me a favor and thumbs up the video right now. That'll get people surfacing over here to watch this milestone. Now, there is rumor, and that some people say it's been confirmed that there's been an ex-police. If you are part of my community ship here, which is memberships, go to the membership section of my community tab, and you'll see my post all about that. As far as, is there a potential ex-Norfolk police officer on this jury? So I made that known. If you are a member of my channel, that's the only way that you guys can see member posts that I put up. So that's a perk. It gets you in more of my deep dives with things that I find and look up. And I said, if that was true, I went and found police officers that have retired in the past 10 years who could possibly be on it. But that doesn't mean you go and do crazy shit. That just, we're doing our due diligence over here just to look at all possibilities. And on the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case, one of the jurors I found was the neighbor of Rachel Del Tondo, and she married into the Sheldon family and was going through a divorce with her husband, who's on the Sheldon side, and was also the next door neighbor, not like 5 houses down, but the motherfucking next door neighbor of Rachel Del Tondo, served on Sheldon's trial. Her husband saw Rachel's body. Yeah. And she lied during voir dire. So trust me, Sheldon Jeter Jr. will be getting another go in that courtroom, one way or another. But see, Pennsylvania, that's where that was. It's another Commonwealth state. I'm sorry, but Commonwealth, this is how I feel about you guys right now. Woo! Nothing but a bunch of bullshit. Commonwealth my ass. I love Ohio. Glenda, thank you so much. $4.99. I will be dropping the link today as well, so I need to preserve my voice so you guys can just talk it up. I am. I love it. I'm a Virginia Commonwealth state over here, and I agree, Lana. Yeah. Welcome. Here you go. I can't wait for the interviews. I can't wait for these jurors to be interviewed. I can't wait for them to talk and to tell what was going on back there. And I mean, there's just no way that there's a that this is like some split, like 6-6, or even like 8-4. This is a 11-1 split right here. Maybe a slim chance 10-2. But I don't even give it that. No way in hell. I give it 11-1 right now. So that's what I'm trying to say is like you're not gonna, that one person is gonna get 11 people to say, okay, yeah, guilty. No, this is either a hung jury or this is not guilty on all counts. Lana, could you please explain if this is a hung jury? What happens? All that happens is the Commonwealth decides if they want to retry Karen Read or not. Karen Read could never be retried again. It's up to them, or they can retry her, and they would have another trial, and they would have new jurors, and they would do this all over again. And I'd have to check to see in I'd have to see if they could go, if this could be a not guilty hung jury in terms of like, okay, we're not guilty on the murder, we're not guilty on this, but we're at an impasse. We're at a hung jury on, the most lowest charge. And if that could be something that it's like, okay, she can't be retried for murder, she can't be retried for manslaughter, but she can, with that hung juror, can she be retried for that? I'm looking into that. To the transparency, you need to come to the Jersey Shore. Well, if you're putting me up, Nancy, I need to a little R&R, and I need to be able to work on the Dr. Moore case in peace and quiet. So I just may take you up on that. The Jersey. I need to go tanning. I need to go sit outside today. That is how it works, says Jancy. There she is. We don't want a hung jury. A hung Jersey, it's like anything. It's that charge. Everything's hanging over your head, especially if it's murder. They could decide to charge you at any point in time. There's no statute of limitations on murder. So, I could tell you this though. I don't think that today they could be like, listen, we're at an impasse and we're not getting past this. I think that they would have to go into next week, probably up until like Wednesday, for them to be considering that that's when that's why I think, like, how much these interviews just went up for jurors' books. Maybe somebody who's on the jury was like, listen, maybe we deserve a payday. So we're all going to vote not guilty, but let's all just sit around here, okay, and make our price go skyrocketing up. There is the number one fan, Karen Read Trial Watchers. Let's see. The verdict clock is paused at 14 hours and 51 minutes and 14 seconds, says Court TV. Now, I came over here to Court TV because I'm a sports person, and Law and Crime just wasn't with their clock. And so I wanted to change it up. I wanted a more accurate clock. You guys, I'm just fucking playing. Law & Crime didn't have their shit ready to go, so fuck them. Maybe we'll go back there in a little bit. I'm a TNT watcher. If you're a TNT watcher, then you need to hit the thumbs up. Let's bring these people over here because today is Fuck Around Friday. All right. I think it's hilarious. I will say this. What the hell is that noise? Like, I'm not listening to that shit. Get the fuck out of here. I will say this. People that are like, oh my God, you're going into 4th of July week. People. Okay. It used to just be like, it's 4th of July. Now it's 4th of July week. Okay. Listen, I'm all for the 4th of July. All right. We know how to party. I know how to party. But let's not kid ourselves, you guys. 4th of July is next motherfucking Friday. These people are not gonna say, hey, we have to pick something today because we don't want our 4th of July to be ruined or something. I can't even get over that statement. Like, what? I can't even say that statement. That's, first of all, 4th of July is next Friday. Okay. Kathy, no, actually, it's my heart monitor. Thank you, though. Thank you. Thank you. But anybody that's saying that 4th of July, you guys, is next Friday. This Friday has nothing to do with anything. Is it Thursday next week? I thought it was Friday. Let me double check. Shows how much I'm paying attention. Let's see. Yeah, Thursday. Thanks. So who gives a shit? All right. That has nothing to do. Like, you're not going to be like, okay, hey, we're going to have to pick a verdict today because of 4th of July. Well, 4th of July is next Thursday. Okay. But I get it. I get it. All of you guys that go to the Hamptons for the week, invite me. I paid extra for this heart monitor. You guys should hear my damn all my cameras talk to me. Do you guys ever hear when I have to like hit the pause button because my camera starts talking to me? The cameras that surround this palace, okay? Because there's some crazy motherfuckers out there. Seriously. I don't even know how many, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cameras. 5 cameras, a dash cam on my vehicle. Motherfuckers roll up on me like, what? Bitch, please. So if Nancy's having a party, I want her to have a party for the Dr. Moore, Dr. Drake case. The watch parties there. But that's not going to work, actually. I'll be in Idaho. So we'll have to have like a celebration party or something. Anyways, let's get back to the Core TV right here. I'm on my fentanyl drip, guys. Don't worry about it. We went to a movie last night. So I'll let you guys guess what movie we went to. We took Jex to a movie. And I'm going to let you guys throw out some guesses. And then I'm going to reveal the winner. Oh, good morning. Well, Inside Out 2, we got that. That's a guess. It's definitely not the right answer. Minions is a guess. Definitely not the right answer. Pauly Shore, the new If movie. Not the right answer. Bad Boys, a great guess right there. So I'll just... Almost Baby number 2, yo. I want some twins up in here. Lana, take care of your voice. Worries you have a sinus infection right now. Oh, girl. I just have allergies, baby. It's just an allergy thing. All right, I'm not sure if anybody said it. I'll let people still guess, though. Mary P's like, I couldn't even tell you what's playing right now. We'll close it out here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2. What movie did we go see?
Nobody guessed.
They don't know me well.
Oh, wait, we have a right answer.
Say who first.
Joanne.
Oh, that person knows me really well if they got it right.
A Quiet Place, day 1, mother. Oh, God, here we go. Here we go, Bev. Oh, my God, Bev. Oh, my God, Bev. From the backside.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within Fuller County in Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth from this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Court now in session. Good morning, Your Honor.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, judges. Thank you for getting here promptly. I do have those 3 questions for you. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Sold.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no, I should. With that, Mr. Foreman, I'm going to send you all back up to the
All right, report, please. There's all me.
Thank you.
You are muted.
Wow, Bev didn't even say anything to them. Like, all right, guys, remember, same as yesterday, stay close, you know. She just walks right out.
Because she didn't get crap, but they were like, where's Lowy? Like, why aren't you saying that stuff, you know? But maybe she doesn't.
So, all right, guys, here we go on the clock. On the clock. So what we're going to do now, I thought that Court TV would run with a ticker, gave them a chance. Okay.
Never give them a chance.
Court TV didn't run with a ticker. Okay. So I'm going to go like this. They really want to do this music shit. I am not at the doctor's office waiting to find out if my colon needs to be spread. Okay.
All
right, guys. Good morning. If that didn't wake you up, hey, Lana, what's Lana talking about? What's AI saying I'm talking about? Lana's talking about spreading colons, and now chat's going crazy about it. Good morning. Yep. Last night we went to opening night of it's A Quiet Place, day 1, IMAX opening night. It was off the hook. It was date night. Took Jax on a date. He took me on a date. Bella was the third wheel.
I took both of you on a date.
God, I love it. It's a Friday, guys. Crack them open. Let's go. So let's see. Now we wait, says Suzanne Rose. Well, guess what? You guys are just getting, I can't. Court TV, you've been, okay. But let's take a look here at Karen Reed trial. All right. Here we go. Gonna go back over here. And now look at what they did. Now lawn crime because I gave them shit. You guys are gonna die. They have a clock running.
A ticket.
They have a ticker. You guys, I can't make this up. I am dead. You guys, just sign me up. Give me a damn job. Give me a damn job, okay? Like, what did I just got done telling you guys, I boycotted lawn crime because they didn't fucking do this shit, right? Then they were like, oh my God, we cannot lose Lana's patron. We cannot lose her. All right. And what do? They go and they give me a verdict clock. Because that's what I wanted. Now, I don't know if you guys are sports fans like myself, but want to tell you that LeBron James' son was signed to the Lakers. 55th overall pick, I think, in the NBA draft. So he is a Laker. LeBron's a Laker. And guess what? They're still going to suck. Love it. LeBron's the worst tipper. I'm from Cleveland. LeBron's from Cleveland. LeBron dated one of my friends in high school, Ari. She was playing ball at Temple. Really pretty girl. But she was a senior when he was like a sophomore, and we all were like, girl, come on now. Dating a sophomore, even though it was LeBron James. LeBron James, yeah, one of the worst tippers. All the strippers in Cleveland said that for being LeBron James, he is not a big wee-wee. So take what you want from it. You know me, I hang out with strippers. They're classy broads. No, Lana, stay independent and do what you want. Oh, out, girl. Yeah, whatever. Go mainstream media. Get out of here. I'd freelance. I would do like I'm going to do. I would work independently on projects with whoever the hell I want. Speaking of which, I think you guys know that myself and Cyray and Carrie Ray were working on a project. It's going to be pretty tits. I'll keep you updated. Write down your black book. Yesterday, Brian Kohlberger had that hearing that we saw for a little bit, and they're leaning towards that June of 2025 trial date so that they can have it during the summer, and which is awesome for Lana. For Lana, it's awesome. I'll be there a lot in 2025. The Dr. Moore, Dr. Dre case got moved to end of February, or end of January, beginning of February for the trial. It's a 2-week trial of 2025. So it's after the holidays. So I'll be in Idaho a lot in 2025. I'll be covering the Delphi case here that is expected to start in October of 2024. That's in Indiana. They are now allowing cameras in the courthouse. But yours truly, one of the best at taking pretty good notes. So we're still tweaking some stuff on how, if we can get a nice potential lineup. It's about a 2-hour drive from me, 2.5, I think, something like that. And we have a very special friend that has offered to show me how to ride some horses, and said I could throw a tent on her lawn so that I could stay, so I can cover the Delphi case. Nothing like bareback in it in Indiana. The Delphi case is very similar to the Karen Reed case as far as judges go. 2 royal big bitches. Gull, if you guys thought that somebody can blow their hair out like Deb, wait till you meet none other than Fran Gull. She needs a Brazilian badly. She is a raging cunt. All capitals, C-U-N-T. Biased is all. And it'd be awesome for the world to see it. I'm hoping maybe they can make some last minute like efforts to try to get the, okay, fine, we're going to have cameras. But this is a murder of 2 girls, 2017, and we're going to be covering it. So other than that, the other case that I'll be covering is the Shanna Gardner, Jared Brightingham case. It is a case out of Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Jose Baez is representing Shanna Gardner, and it is a hired murder. Yes. So let's take a look though here. I want to show you guys some of these clips of my upcoming trials. Also, I will be in the courtroom when Sheldon Jeter Jr. gets his retry. So my schedule is pretty full. What else am I missing? YouTube Studio. I'm going to slow down chat just a little bit to help the mods out and to help make sure that nobody gets blocked that shouldn't. Sometimes when the mods put their, like I said, their phones away, things like that. So it can accidentally click on some stuff. Because we allow all opinions here, guys. You could say whatever you want as long as you are not being, threatening, hate, like just, hey, I think she's guilty. Awesome, great. I don't block people because they think she's guilty. What does the defense look like for Richard Allen compared to the Reed trial? Richard Allen has really, really good attorneys. They were public defenders, but they're very good. I've had the pleasure of meeting both of them and his research team, an investigator. I actually gave the defense team all my notes from trial to save them money on, paying those transcripts, a lot of money. They could just get a head start on some stuff, but. You missed my super chat, Lana? Oh, did I? Hold on. Let's go get some super chats. Glenda, Lana rocks, hearts. Woo, baby. Rebel Red, becoming a member. Lana, name of amusement park with huge roller coaster. Let's see, Almost Baby number 2. Free Bird. Karen Reed, 100%, 100. Hollywood OG, member for 17 months. Look out. Lady Leo says, can we get a not guilty? Please. Thanks, Lana, for the best coverage always. I try to bring it. And then Busted Flush, member for 14 months. So I think, there you go. Name of amusement park with huge roller coaster. Is that the one I missed? I'm going to make sure I said it. Thank you guys for those super chats, super stickers. Oh, William, we had a baby. I gave William the maternity leave for the 10 weeks. How you feeling? Good, good. Is it legal for the judge to speed the jury through? Actually, I was looking into, is it legal for the judge to inquire as far as, are we making progress? Like, is this to inquire just as far as if people are just sitting in a room and not talking to each other? That's what I want to know. Like, are we going through things? Now let's all be serious. We know that it's Bev, right? If we think Bev's not crooked, she's crooked as shit. So where is this room that they're deliberating in? Who's able to hear what's being said? Things like that. Lana, your thoughts on Gardner? I'm actually going to talk about that. My thoughts on Gardner. Well, I have almost the entire discovery in terms of police reports, every single one of them already binded and put up. And my thoughts on Gardner is this is first of all, she has Jose Baez as an attorney and his team, and they're very, very good. Very, 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 very good. And the Jacksonville Police Department had a very, very new detective. And so I watched the whole entire bond hearing, which was like a mini trial. And that's something that I considered playing while we were waiting, is to play some of that because it's so good. In that case, they did a lot of wiretapping. In that case, they did a lot of hands on things that was considered privileged. And I think that the Jacksonville police, as well as the prosecutor, they're going to have, I think, a little bit of a hard time with kind of similar in this situation, but nowhere near planting evidence or anything like that. It's just how they went about doing things, and can stuff be suppressed? But nothing links Shanna Gardner to anything other than the fact that she's married was married to the guy that had a tenant that went ahead and said, hey, I killed Jared Bride again, and I was paid by Mario in a check, $5,000. I have never heard of anybody getting paid through a check for a hit. Shanna Gardner's parents have all this money, crazy type of money. And Shanna Gardner had a trust. But have you ever heard of paying somebody through checks? It's 2022. And it was going to be $150,000 over the course of X amount of time. And it started off with a $5,000 check payment. But before that check payment, it was $3,000 and $2,000 in 2 different checks. But that was for work that actually was done to to fix up houses and stuff like that. I haven't even heard of anybody just paying for stuff in checks anymore just because it's 2022, let alone a fucking hit. Okay. So, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I think that, I think Mario Saldana is crazy, who she married. There's so much hearsay that was put in during the bond hearing. I personally think that she should have gotten bond because I think that her kids, she's innocent until proven guilty. I think that for her kids' sake, it would be more important that her kids be with their mother at this point in time. I don't think that she's a threat to anybody, and therefore I would do it for the kids' sake. I think that she should have been, I think that, you know, I think that Mario Saldana did it, but I don't know if Shanna Gardner even knew that he did it. And the reason that I think that if he did it, it was because he was trying to keep his marriage with her and like tie it up. You'd have to like know a little bit about that case, but it had been 7 years since they were divorced. This wasn't like Jared and her just got divorced and then she did this. And I mean, the stuff that they're trying to use, like Jose Baez just destroyed this lead investigator. Caught him lying on the stand a couple times during the bond hearing. And I don't like stuff like that. Like, so, the guy that said that he did the shooting, he turned state's evidence and he's going to testify. No, Mario's not testifying against her. They are right now being treated as like co-defendants. I think Jose Baez is trying to make it so that it's a separate trial. But I do have on my channel, if you go and you type in Shanna Gardner, Jared Brightigan, I go through every single police report so you guys can get all caught up. Put me on like 2 times the speed. And it lays out how the police did the investigation after Jared was murdered. So. But switching gears, I also did a quick little intro on the case. It's like 15 minutes. So you can go check that out. Switching gears back to Karen Reed. I talked to a lot of people and they said, well, hey, Atlanta, like they just sat through 10 weeks. You've been talking about the case and you've been knowing the case before even these jurors ever got it. I said, it has nothing to do. There is nothing to continue to discuss. Okay, guys, if the methods of which everything was done is broken, you can't go through evidence against somebody that the evidence is compromised. If everybody was to raise their hands and say that this evidence is compromised, why are we going through it? Why are we going through a timeline of it? Okay. So when you let them take as much time as they need to get it right. Get what right? Get what's right. The first question should be asked is, okay, you want to sort through the evidence? Let's sort through the evidence. Let's go through, okay, evidence piece number 1. This is exhibit number 1. Okay, let's just say exhibit number 1. Let's start with the Ring camera footage. Why are we missing Ring camera footage? Oh, because Karen deleted it. Did they prove that? No. So did anybody see anybody looking behind the car to say, oh yeah, look at this is all gone? Why didn't the state show, what's her name? Carrie Roberts and Jennifer McCabe, why didn't the state show them a picture of Jennifer or of Karen Reed's back end the way that it was, like this, like it completely gone? Okay. Why didn't they show them a picture and say, is this what you saw? Is this how you saw it? I don't remember that testimony. I don't remember them testifying. They used some far back picture to have Carrie Roberts say, is that, you know, like, what? So the Solo Red Cups, no, so those are gone. The Solo Red Cup, blood, bye. I don't care what blood work you went and did. You absolutely not. Do we see them taking the pictures and putting them into the cups? We have no idea what's in those cups. So that's gone. What else? What other? We have the Waterfall Bar. We have McCarthy's. They're happy as can be, right? That's evidence. This is evidence. You guys want to put these videos in? They're not fighting on camera. We have an officer, well, here we have all of these police reports that are so poorly written, typos galore, or they're just, you know, lying. The Commonwealth didn't make their case. The piece of hair, okay. It's planted. No, it's not planted. Is it a root? Is it not a root here? This woman failed her proficiency test. Okay. Is it a root? Is it not? Is it really John O'Keefe's? Is it? I mean, 75 miles drove in that just one piece of hair. And then they took, hey, why don't you take a look at it? Is the piece of hair moved? Look at that photo. Now it's moved. Remember those pictures? Remember that? I'd be saying, listen, the 911 call of Carrie Roberts makes everybody aware that there is a missing Boston police officer at 5 a.m, not at 6:04 when they got that phone call from Jennifer McCabe, but that would be an hour and 4 minutes. For heaven's sakes, Nuttall thought that he was wearing a puffy black jacket. And he's the one that's saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Well, Nuttall, where were you? Remember they have this 7 to 9 page, the firefighter report, which is them saying, you know, I don't know if these people, if maybe they're in there saying a who done it, like, well, let's try to figure out who did it. Let's try to figure out who did it. I don't know what instructions they're doing, but maybe they're going through everything saying, okay, well, since the police didn't investigate, maybe we're going to investigate. I don't know. Do we need to go back over and listen to jury instructions? Are they not allowed to do that? Well, listen, I'd be able to say not guilty if I can go through and I can think that somebody else is more capable than Karen. But that's not what you're supposed to be deciding. The car is the murder weapon. That's what they're saying. The car is the murder weapon. Did the car cause the damage to John O'Keefe? And you're just going to ignore all of the professionals that's saying, no, that's not what caused the damage? guilty, says this person. Woohoo! I dare you to hit the link and debate me because I would love a good debate this morning. Who can debate me? I love it. I will drop the link to debate. Get a bigger bell. Get a bigger bell. Yes, I mean, you guys, they could talk about whatever. Could the jury come down to say, like, look, let's put all the tampering aside and just say the state did not prove she hit John. The injuries do not fit. Yes. But, and that's what they're supposed to do. That's why this whole, like, you know, when you're watching all these other trials, they're talking about reasonable doubt, guys. You know what reasonable doubt is? Okay. Bev giving these jury instructions, you're just like, girl, whoo. I debate you, but I agree with your argument. But yeah, there's please hit the link. You guys, she's on the Wi-Fi at 12. Here, I'm going to use Hector, the projector, with a piece of paper. My God. My God, people, my God, I tell you what. My God, I tell you what. Okay. Let the bodies hit the floor. The bodies hit the floor. Oh, window. All right. Take a look at it. We're going back to simple, the drawing board of life. Okay. First of all, this was the voir dire, trial voir dire questions. Okay. It is alleged that on January 29th, while intoxicated, operating her motor vehicle in Canton, Massachusetts, the defendant, Karen Reed, killed her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, an off-duty Boston police officer. Is there anything about the description of the case, the charges, or that the victim was an off-duty police officer that causes you to believe that you cannot be fair and impartial in this case? Okay, now. "12:36 a.m. Now, Ryan Nagel's testimony is that they waived Karen Reed to turn on from Cedar Crest onto they said they left Hillside, or I'm sorry, yeah, Hillside. This is Nagel. Okay, that he left at 12 a.m. he thought, and it would be about, he said, like, I don't know, about 10 minutes, 15 minutes to get over there. And that they waived Karen Reed or this SUV to turn left right before, like, them turning, or it would have been right, but he's turning left. And so, but there was no Jeep, right? So if Nagel and Karen Reed were arriving there at the same time, they never saw, and they drove past her and she was still there, but they never saw John anywhere. Where was John? John was what, laying down in the back seat? In order to get to One Meadows by 12:36 a.m., you have to leave. I mean, no later than 12:30. John starts walking at this time. And there are going to be people arguing in there that, okay, do they believe the health data? Do they not? Okay. Well, there's 3 different clocks, and Waze makes sense. 12:19, and it's 2 minutes from Dedham, from the 130 Dedham Street. Then to be able to be there, okay, then you get out, and he's taking those steps to this. He's going up 3 flights of stairs. Nobody in that room is going to be saying things like, yeah, my Apple data sucks. It never is accurate. No, it's accurate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have those type of products, okay? 3 flights of stairs. They didn't produce nothing of Karen Reed. No data. They didn't produce a camera of her driving home at 12:30 to 12:33, getting on any cameras when she would have had to pass. I mean, which way did she go home? They didn't attempt to look for any cameras over there so they could see her if her taillight was out. Then she arrives home, and oh, miraculously, there's no arrival camera. Why is there no arrival camera for Karen Reed getting home on the ring? Then when Carrie Roberts and Jem McCabe are all looking at the car again, ring, none of that with Roberts and McCabe. Everything that they need to make their case is just missing. No pictures. Nobody said to themselves, well, let me go over there and get a picture of this. Nobody took, hey, Paul, go take a picture of Karen's back of her car. Paul walked past that car how many times? Past Karen Reed's, because when he arrived there with his mom, his mom was behind him. No, I think he brought his parents back on over. But Paul didn't notice the big SUV of Karen Reed's just be missing. The state Commonwealth said that this happened at 12:45 a.m. It couldn't have happened at 12:45 a.m. This is the Commonwealth. This is an opening statements. It was because Trooper Paul found what? Evidence of this whole triggering. But guess what? There's no dates. There's no timestamps of any of that. Then when Alan walks it all and breaks it all down of Trooper Paul's bullshit, we come to realize that, oh my God, Trooper Paul looked like he just shit his pants on the stand when they talked about all the triggering events. And he did not know that the car was towed, and it was drove up on the tow and drove down off the tow, which are key cycles. So like those aren't even right. Nothing to do. You're off on your key cycles. So that trigger is not from Jen McCabe couldn't have seen a vehicle leaving, or I'm sorry, she could have, but it wasn't at 12:45. pull up behind me when she's saying, remember, now listen to my version of that, of those events. I believe she meant to be texting her daughter. Pull up behind me. That meant to go to her daughter. Okay. Allie McCabe said that she picked up Colin at 12:10 and took him straight home, and then she went straight home. Her Life 360 says that she was out until 1:30 a.m. You don't have Life 360 and think that this is bullshit. Okay. And it's in a bubble. I don't care if it's not precise. She is out in this bubble. And it's when you leave the bubble that it bursts. Okay. And so common sense tells me that this woman was out. And also, if you listen to her testimony, Allie said that she went to a friend's. So she dropped off 2 friends. Then she went to like a guy's place. And then it would have been after that. But in her text messages with Colin, she says, I'm dropping people off. Like, no, you had already done that, because in your testimony, you said that you went somewhere and you were at like that person's house when you received a message from him. So how could you have been out? Like, you contradict yourself. Your testimony and your text contradict each other. Then those text messages, if you look side by side, they don't match up. But the Life 360 has Allie McCabe out. Then you look at Chris Albert's testimony. They all tried to say that Colin was home. And here we come to find out that he wasn't home for a while. Then actually, Brian Albert says, oh my God, yes, I saw my nephew. He was in the house when I was there. He says, I had to go upstairs to get Chloe, bring Chloe down, take Chloe out. I don't believe any of that. He also went to the bathroom. And then poof, magically, he gets out of the bathroom, Colin's gone. Well, Julie Nagel said that Colin was gone by 11:30 before they rang in the new year because it was Brian's birthday. And now we just saw Julie Nagel hanging out with Colin. They're boys. She didn't get the memo to say that he was there and that everybody saw him at 12:10. She forgot. She didn't get that memo. She's not an Albert. Remember, the car's the weapon. So if these are off, that doesn't prove it, right? You have no pictures. You have no pictures that prove it, that the car was damaged at any point before Proctor gets it. And so let's go back to, where is it? Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's see. Okay. See this? So this was back April 7th, 2022, when Trooper Proctor interviewed Brian Albert at 12 Country Lane. This would have been on so this is what they're looking at, right? This is the stuff that they get to look at. This is what Brian Albert said when he was at Gemma Caves. Okay. This is part 1. And then here's part 2. And right here he says, Brian stated he did not know John and Karen were coming to his house and were invited by Jen McCabe. But more importantly, Brian only met John O'Keefe a few times and did not know Karen Reed. And then that's when Alan Jackson shows the infamous, you guys were all hanging out the hillside the weekend before. Okay. Next up. This is Jennifer McCabe's interview at the same time. It wasn't memorialized until April 6th, but this was on the next day, again at 12 Country Lane on January 29th. He did not write this report up until April 6th. John walked into the waterfall while wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers. So at the house, they would have known that you're looking for a baseball hat. And obviously, he had both sneakers on. So you would have known this by 11:30 a.m. Oopsies, that's a 1. So Tully's saying they didn't know that he was missing a sneaker. We'll get to that. Jennifer observed Karen walk into the waterfall bar holding a glass with vodka. As everyone began to leave the waterfall bar, Jennifer observed John and Karen leave together. John texted Jennifer at approximately 12:14 asking where to. Jennifer responded to John's text with the address. Jennifer spoke with John at 12:14 and provided him with the address as well. At 12:18, John called Jennifer to inquire where exactly the house was on Fairview. This would then make sense, okay, after the 12:18 call, that's why he put in Waze actually at 12:19 and not at the 12:21 time that Nicholas Guerrero says, because he didn't look at the 3 different clocks that they have. This would make sense that, okay, after the 12:18 call, he types it in at 12:19, which is what was testified by Richard Green. That makes sense. And from where they were at 138 Denham, it is a 2-minute drive, which gets you there at 12:21. While at 34 Fairview, Jennifer observed a large black SUV on the street outside of the house and went to the front door. The black SUV did not pull into the driveway, but parked on the street by the entrance of the driveway. Jennifer observed the black SUV parked out front and texted John, "Hello, pull up behind me" at 12:31 a.m. You want to know what's interesting about this? Is that this right here, now you go back to this right here. Karen Reed is on Wi-Fi by 12:36 a.m. There is no way in hell. It is a 6-minute drive. If you are no conditions, boom. Like that's how long it takes to get from One Meadows to 34 Fairview. So at 12:31 a.m., saying to pull in behind me at 12:31 a.m., impossible. Impossible. Maybe the vehicle that you saw was, I don't care. I don't care. If you're going through these like you're supposed to, you say, well, this couldn't have been Karen's vehicle. And if you're watching out the window, then you would have witnessed the motherfucking hit. You would have witnessed the hit. Do you guys understand that? Read this. While at 34 Fairview Road, this is what Proctor typed up before anybody knew that this was going to be anything. Okay. Right there. Jennifer observed the black SUV parked out front and texted John, hello, pull up behind me at 12:31. Jennifer texted John again at 12:40. Hello, where are you? Now remember, if you want to go based off of her health data, at 12:31 a.m., she is still from 12:25 to 12:35. She does not move. She's in the same spot based off of her health data. Okay. And then at 12:40, hello, where are you? And then again at 12:45 a.m., hello. When Jennifer sent the last text to John, she observed the black SUV drive away and assumed Karen and John went home. Boom. This is what you are reading in the deliberating room. Okay. 12:45, Karen is in John's house, leaving voicemails saying, F you, perv. And so here, Lana, they're taking their time. This is what you're looking at first. You're going through Proctor's investigation. Right here. Here it is. It's in black and white. Here's the report. You cannot deny this. At 12:45, I don't know what you were doing, Jennifer. I don't know what cars were out there. But I know at 12:45, you didn't witness a damn thing to do with Karen Reed, anything. Then Jennifer stated John did not reply to any of her text messages. Why isn't she telling Proctor how much she called him though? How about all the calls you made to him? They have this? Yes, they have this. Yeah, these are in evidence. They have these police reports. Where's all the calls? Why isn't she talking about the calls? It's because they were deleted and they didn't think that they were going to be shown. What about the 6 calls? And then here, Jennifer stated she observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction towards Chapman Street. Jennifer then observed the vehicle travel along the road towards the left side of the property in the area of the John was discovered in the morning. Jennifer and her husband left the residence at approximately 1:30 a.m. and went home. That's not true. At approximately 1:30. Well, just so you guys all know, they left at 1:47 a.m. and they got home at 2:12 a.m. Okay. Can I have a Sunny D?
Yeah, you want me to make a sure?
At approximately 4:53 a.m. on January 29th, Jennifer received a call from John's niece, Kaylee. Karen was on the phone, hysterical and looking for John. Karen told Jennifer that she went home alone last night. Karen told Jennifer she went home alone last night and last saw John at the waterfall bar. Again, this is hearsay. This is their version. Okay. Jennifer had to correct Karen and told her they left the waterfall bar together and went to 34 Fairview. Jennifer told Karen to come to her house on Country Lane and they will go look for John together. Really? Because on the stand, she claimed that Karen just showed up screaming her name. Karen arrived at Jennifer's house in her black Lexus SUV. Jennifer stated she drove Karen's car back to John's house where Carrie Roberts met them. So Carrie Roberts met them back at the house, but there is no talks that Carrie Roberts was actually at Jen McCabe's house. Excuse me? And why did this little tweak happen? Because they thought that there was a chance that Karen was taking the stand. While driving back to John's house, Karen stated to Jennifer, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Karen also told Jennifer about a broken taillight on her black SUV. Once Karen, Jennifer, and Carrie arrived at John's house, they looked at the broken taillight. Remember, this is not on the cameras. And supposedly is missing. Jennifer stated she observed a broken, cracked right taillight to Karen's SUV. Now, Jennifer and Karen go into Carrie's vehicle to go look for John. But what they testified to was that when they went in the house, that Jen McCabe went upstairs because she went to talk to Kaylee. Well, Jen McCabe's, there's no stairs registered in the health data. So she couldn't have done that. Jen McCabe never went upstairs between the hours of 5:30 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. Okay? So she never went upstairs to go to and got to see John's bedroom or anything like that. And this was not brought up, and it really made me mad that wasn't brought up. Does the jury have access to this document? Yes. 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 They have access to all the police reports. This is the police report. This is Proctor's police report. One of them. Now, Jennifer stated that the first place they went to look for John was 34 Fairview. They traveled down Chapman Street and took a right onto Fairview Road. Just prior to the front yard at 34 Fairview is a group of trees on the left-hand side. Immediately passing the group of trees, Karen said, "I see him." Jennifer stated with the heavy snow, her and Carrie could not see John and did not know what Karen was talking about. The three exited the vehicle. Carrie began wiping snow off of John. Jennifer called 911 and Karen laid on top of him for warmth and stated, "Oh my God, did I hit him?" John was discovered on the left side of the property, the area where Karen's SUV was last seen earlier that night, with approximately 6 inches of snow covering him. Jennifer stated Karen began mouth to mouth, and when she discovered John's blood on her face, she says, "Oh my God, do I have my period?" Ridiculous. Using a cell phone application called Life 360, Jennifer was able to provide. So right there, Proctor knew that she had Life 360. See? Jennifer was able to provide the following times. 5:39 a.m., Karen arrived at the McCabe's residence. How could her Life 360 app tell Proctor when Karen arrived? I mean, how fucking hilarious is that? 5:46 a.m., Jennifer, Karen, and Carrie arrive at John O'Keefe's house. 5:53 a.m., the three leave John O'Keefe's house, and at 6:04 a.m. they discovered John outside of 34 Fairview Road, because that's that they're going based off of that for the 911 call. Okay. Now, you know what's hilarious to me? You know what's hilarious? Ready? First of all, you do not know when she arrived based off of somebody else's Life 360, first of all. But more importantly, why is this needed if you think about it? Why is this needed? Is it to talk about the fact that Jen McCabe's running up and down the stairs at her house? Is that maybe why? Because I thought she was just in bed and they wake up to like, Jen. When she's getting to her house, she's like screaming and she's like, I thought she was going to wake up the neighbors. Remember all that? Next up is the police report from the interview with Matt McCabe. Okay. Matt McCabe says Matthew has known John for approximately 8 years and met Karen Reed a handful of times. He did not know of any medical issues John may have had. Matthew and his wife Jennifer arrived at the Waterfall Bar approximately 9 on Friday night. Matthew stated that they went to the bar to have some drinks and food with friends. Right here, again, baseball hat. Where is John's baseball hat? Okay. Where's that baseball hat? Huh? Matthew did not observe, so Proctor would have known again by another person, okay, at 11:30 a.m. about this baseball hat. Now, hold on. Okay. Next. Matthew stated that Karen was consuming a clear liquor he believed to be vodka drink. As the night was winding down, Matthew went over to speak with the band as everyone in the bar was leaving. Matthew stated John and Karen left before him, and the only people inside the bar were the 4 band members. Matthew left, got into his vehicle where Jennifer was waiting for him and heard her call John to invite him to Brian Albert's home. Okay, so that's that. So at 12:14, that call, he's saying that he is just then getting into his vehicle to then leave to go to 34 Fairview, if he's hearing that. Okay. While at 34 Fairview Road, Matthew stated he observed a big, dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Matthew said he was making these observations from the front door. Matthew stated he looked out the front door and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property, approximately 15 to 20 feet. Matthew was not sure how long the vehicle was outside for, but did not hear any loud noises or screaming from inside. Matthew stated both times he observed the vehicle on the street, the headlights were facing towards Chapman Street. So when did he witness a 3-point turn? Chapman Street is the way that she would have left up out of there. Matthew stated he observed tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house. You've got to be motherfucking kidding me. Okay. Matthew described the pattern as a V or a wave shape. Matthew stated that the tire tracks went from the curb in front of 34 Fairview towards the neighbor across the street and then back towards the curb. The pattern of the tracks were consistent with making a 3-point turn. Matthew stated he did not see these tracks prior to the big black SUV arriving outside of the house. Are you kidding me? While at 34 Fairview Road, Matthew stated he observed a big, dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Matthew stated he was making these observations from, is that just another? Oh, wait, hold on. Yep, there you go. That's all for him. Next up is Jennifer McCabe had another interview. Okay. And this was on February 1st. Okay. So let's go like this. Okay. So this is February 1st. Okay. At the end of the evening, Jen said that she and her husband were planning to go to her sister's house because it was her nephew Brian Albert's birthday. Jen said that she asked Karen and John if they wanted to come along, and they said they would. The Alberts lived at 34 Berry Road, blah, blah, blah. Jen said that John had to fortune the address. Jen said that she spoke with John on the phone to explain where the house is. She said that she remembers providing him with directions, specifically telling him to drive past Bella's house on the right. So here's the first that we hear of this Bella's house on the right. Jen said that John would know where Bella lives as a good friend of Kaylee's. Jen said that while she was at the house, someone said that there was a car outside. Remember Julie Nagel, though? Like, hey, your ride's here. Jen looked out the front door of the house. Now, in order to look out the front door of the house, not the window, you would have to move your ass. And she had a watch on. This is absolutely impossible because Jen does not move her ass from 12:25 a.m. until 12:35 a.m. She does not move her ass. Understood? So this would have to be after 12:35 a.m. if she got up off her ass, all right, to go to the door. And this would have been after Karen would have been already long gone. Now, how do I know this? Because of her health data. She had a watch on. I talked with Cyree. That makes it so effing accurate when you are wearing a watch and you have your phone. You're pinging, man. Remember, Karen Reed is on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. Jen McCabe is sitting in the same spot from 12:25 until 12:35. That bee does not move. So in order for her to go to the front door, all right, any door, even if it was the side door that they're calling the front door, you would have to move your ass. And she does not move her butt. So now that we say that, now that we understand where we're at, again, Jen said that while she was at the house, someone said that there was a car outside. She's saying she looked out the front door. But in order to be at the front door, that means that she would have had to be standing at the front door from 12:25 until 12:35 in the same exact spot, frozen like a mannequin. Okay? The front door is not, unless she's sitting at the steps. She's sitting on the floor right by the front door. Okay, just showing you how crazy this is. Could she have left her phone on the table? She has her iWatch on. So every time she moves, her iWatch is doing her steps. So it doesn't matter if her phone was plugged in, being charged. Her iWatch was on her, and so all of the steps are recorded through iWatch. If she wouldn't have had her iWatch on, then I could not be making these statements. But because she was wearing her iWatch, this is the stuff that I wanted hammered with a specialist like a Richard Green. Now, she assumed it was John and Karen. She said that she did not notice what kind of car it was. Jen said that she is not good at identifying cars and was not able to provide a description of the car. She noticed that the vehicle was facing in the opposite direction of how it would have been if they had followed the directions provided earlier, meaning that her car should have been facing this way if you're coming from Chapman Street. But if her car is facing this way, then it's like, how did you get your car facing that way? That's kind of what she's trying to say. And this is where the house is, right here. And she's up against the curb facing that way. So Jen's basically trying to say, like, you know, that she's just playing detective here. Jen then texted John at 12:21 a.m. here. So this is how I got another data point that I could put down. So 12:21 a.m. here. Now, isn't that amazing? Look at how in sequential order this is going, right? And 12:21 is exactly when the motherfuckers arrived, you guys. That lines up perfectly with entering in Waze at 12:19, and it goes perfectly with John beginning to take his first steps at 12:21. Here,
Because Waze is 3 minutes off. Explain.
the reason that when Richard Green explained Waze, he's like, there's 3 different clocks inside of an iPhone. So what clock did Waze use? Nicholas Guerrero had no answers to that and did not even speak about that.
Doesn't even know.
Okay. So she texted John again at 12:31. So now we're getting more information out of Jen McCabe, because with Proctor, we didn't know about these ones. And now, isn't that amazing? The 12:31 time, that's the last time that John takes a step. John makes his last movements 36 steps between 12:31 and 12:32 a.m. Look at, arrives, takes his first steps here, and then 12:31 a.m. and told him, and then this time, and told him to pull behind her vehicle. Oh, wait a second. That's what she told Michael Proctor that she said at, look at, now she has to try to change this up because guess what? They got issues. But look at, if you go back and you read, she told Proctor that text was she told Proctor that text was wait for it. Let's see. Hello, pull up behind me, 12:31. Jennifer texted John again at 12:40. Hello, where are you? Do you see that there's no 12:21 text here? Okay. And so she's, okay, so 12:31. Yep. Pull up behind me. That's actually the same. That one's the same. Pull up behind me. But there was just no 12:21 a.m. that she gave. And this would be no way in hell could that be John's or Karen's SUV, because in order to be on Wi-Fi by 12:36, you have to be gone and flying there by 12:30 is the latest that you could leave Fairview to make it to John's property at 12:36. It's a 6-minute drive.
On the best day.
Yeah, like no conditions, boom. She looked out the window a little while later. So after her just staring out for 10 minutes, supposedly, she looked out the window a little while later and noticed that the car was further away from the house, closer to the neighbors. This cannot be Karen Reed. Physically impossible. At 12:40 a.m., she texted again and said, hello, where are you? That's a stage. Hello, where are you? There was no response from John. Jen said that her phone shows a call from her phone to John around that time, but she thinks that she dialed him by accident when she was putting her phone in and out of her pants pocket. And that is at 12:29. She did not think anything of it and thought they just decided not. But remember, this was answered. This was an answered call. And they talked. Didn't think anything of it. She just decided that they did not, Jen said that she and her husband were at the house from around 11:45 a.m. to about 1:30 a.m. Which we come to find out, no, you did not get there at 11:45 a.m. which is interesting that they want to use that time. She said that she and her husband drove two of her nephew's friends home and they went home. The following morning, Jen got a call from Kaylee, John's niece. Kaylee said, "Hi, Jen, Karen needs to talk to you." Karen got on the phone and was yelling. John never came home. Karen told Jen that she left him at the waterfall. Jen thought that perhaps he was with a friend. Jen said that she checked with Julie Albert to see if he had gone to their house. Are you serious? Right there. That she had checked with Julie Albert to see if he had gone to their house. So that's where this all comes in, that McCabe called Julie Albert. Julie Albert is the mother of Colin Albert. Okay. But on the stand and during trial, this is no, she didn't call me. No, this was like, why would you say this on February 1st? Because this is why at first they said as to why Julie Albert knew, because Julie Albert then slips and says, you'll see as I continue to read these. Okay. Remember, Julie Albert is the mother of Colin Albert. Oh, I thought maybe that John was with Julie and stayed over Julie and Chris's. Are you kidding me? Why and how would that possibly be? Okay. Think about that. Think about how, look at this. Remember when Julie said bukkake, best comment ever? Jen explained to Karen that she did not leave him at the waterfall bar because they were outside Jen McCabe's sister's house after see, and this is going to my theory, which is shit happened on that front lawn. They were outside because they were outside Jen McCabe's sister's house after the waterfall bar. Karen then told Jen that when she got home, John was not with her. Jen began to think of other friends that John might have ended up going to, such as Tom Beatty, but he was not there either. Because that's who she calls. That's who Jen McCabe calls, Tom Beatty. Karen was telling Jen that Karen, had not planned to stay at John's house that night and that John would not have stayed out all night, leaving Kaylee home alone overnight. At some point, while they were, now remember, they had John O'Keefe's phone. Karen Reed was texting, right? I'm leaving. They were privy to that. At some point while they were talking on the phone, Karen got into her car and started driving. At some point while they were talking on the phone. What? That's not what she said in court. That's not what she said at all in court. Jen said that Karen was hysterical screaming. Karen drove to Jen's house. Jen said that when Karen showed up at her house around 5:30 a.m., remember, based off of Life 360, they're trying to say it was 5:39 though, because Life 360 tells you what? Nothing. Boom. She went outside and started to drive Karen's car to John's house. Doesn't say anything about this crack tail light. Have we heard anything about a crack tail light yet? She said that they got to John's house around 5:45 a.m. Shortly after Carrie arrived. Wait, but I thought you said Carrie showed up at your house and then followed you guys. Which is it, Jen? How many fucking versions do you have, you sick piece of shit? And this is when she's like, well, they must have got it wrong. Also, Proctor wrote his report wrong. That is not what I said. Remember? She said that they had gotten to John's house shortly after Carrie arrived. They looked in John's house to make sure he was not there. The three decided to all get into one vehicle to look for him. They took Carrie's car. Jen said that Karen was saying things like, "Could I have hit him? Look at the crack in my taillight. There is a crack in it." Jen said that she did notice damage to the taillight. She did notice damage to taillight. Jen said that Karen was so hysterical and was saying so many things that Jen did not think that Karen actually hit him. Karen was also saying things about him possibly being with old girlfriends. Jen said that they probably got on the road around 5:53 a.m. Oh, just 5:53 to go look for John. Carrie was driving. Karen was in the back, and Jen was in the passenger seat. They pulled down to Fairview from Chapman Street. Jen said that they were approaching the 34 Fairview house. Karen said, "Pull the fucking car over. There he is." Jen said that she did not notice him, but Karen did. Carrie stopped in the middle of the road, and Karen jumped out of the car and went to him. Jen said that John was in the area of where she had last seen the vehicle night prior. And now we know that that can't be the vehicle of Jen or of Karen's, because you saw that vehicle at 12:45. Karen was long gone. That last vehicle that you saw at 12:45, honey, even at 12:35, could not have been Karen's. Next. There was a coating of about 6 inches of snow on him. Karen threw herself on top of him. He was lying on his back, and his phone was on the ground underneath him. The first time, there you go. How did you know this? Remember this is Tell Them Everything. This is the February 1st, 2022 report, okay? Remember, we need Carrie to tell them everything, and Carrie told them this, and his phone was on the ground underneath him. How did you see it underneath him? Because remember, Jen McCabe, hurry up, runs back in her car and is calling 911 in and from her vehicle. Jen said that she called 911. They attempted CPR, and then the ambulance and police arrived. Jen said that Karen was hysterical. She was asking people if she hit him. Karen was told to sit in a chair or in a car. Now, we saw all the videos. When was Karen told to go sit in a car? Jen went over to Karen when she was in the car. Jen observed Karen to have blood on her hands and face. Karen was holding her hands up and was saying, "I have my period." Well, guess what? If you would have been in any cop car that had a dash cam, it also has what? Audio. Where is that audio? Where is this freaking audio? Did you guys hear any of this audio? Huh? We didn't hear a damn thing. Karen was holding her hands up and was saying, "I have my period." Did you guys hear that? Jen said that she told Karen that was not her blood and that it was John's blood from giving CPR. You don't get blood from CPR, Jen. It was mouth to mouth, honey. Jen also stated that while her and Karen were in the back of the car, Karen was yelling and screaming one moment and then completely calm the next. Jen said that they prayed the Our Father together. What? Where? Did you guys hear that audio? Where was our Heavenly Father said? Give it up for the Lord. Where was this audio? Did we miss this part too? Karen then immediately yelled at Jen 2 times to Google, how long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? Where? Where was this audio in the cop car? Those would be on the dash cam audios. Jen was unsure if Karen, was brought from the scene by ambulance to the hospital. It's because Jen was inside getting her story straight with her brother-in-law. Look at this. What is this? Jen was asked about what Karen and John were like when they were at the water club. She said that she did not notice them fighting. She has known them to be together as a couple for about 2 years. And to her knowledge, they loved each other. She said that she did not think that there were any issues between them. Jen stated that the only thing she can think of is once Karen made a comment that if they were not any kids, they would not have anything to fight over. Jen told Karen that was very normal. Jen was asked about their level of intoxication, and she said that they were both drinking but did not appear to be drunk. Trigger warning. Then I was able to get the time that he made it in and was admitted and use that. Oh, Busty D, get out of here. Let's see who's up next. Ryan Nagel. Ryan Nagel. Again, this is what they're looking at. This is what they're reading. Ryan Nagel. Let's see. Ryan Nagel driving down Cedar Crest Road from the direction of Kennedy Elementary School. As the F-150 approached Fairview, Ryan remembers seeing a set of headlights of a mid-sized black SUV coming from the opposite direction of Cedar Crest. Subsequently, Richie yielded to let the vehicle allowing, and then Richie said that that never happened. Okay. Ryan told us that Richie stopped the F-150 directly in front of the driveway belonging to 34 Fairview. So again, where's the Jeep? Now, you guys, listen up. There was no Jeep. He is parked in the same spot. No Jeep. He is parked in the same spot that Higgins. And the only way you can be parked in that spot is either A, Higgins' Jeep wasn't there, number one, or B, you got there after Higgins had left. Okay? Now, when asked, Ryan said that he did not observe an erratic operation by the SUV as it turned from Cedar Crest onto Fairview. Ryan went on to say that their F-150 remained in front of the home for a period of time that was no longer than 5 minutes, at which time his sister Julie came out of the home. And then at trial, this was then stretched to be, because of based off of the grand jury, you're looking at it was more like 10 to 15 minutes. But we'll go with this. Ryan refused the invite to come inside, and Julie stated that she wanted to stay a while longer and would most likely spend the night. Most likely spend the night. Why didn't she spend the night? Because they didn't want anyone to be there when the cops came and to be questioning people. The plan was to spend the night at 34 Fairview. Why didn't they spend the night? Upon conclusion of their conversation, Julie retreated back into the home, and Ryan noticed that the SUV pulled up a few feet to the far edge of the property line between 34 and the neighboring property where the flagpole was located, along with some bushes. Ryan stated the SUV's driver did not appear to place the vehicle into park, as the rear brake lights were illuminated to include the third top center light. And then he testified that there was no crack. Trooper Proctor asked Ryan if at any point he heard screams, yelling, or any noise coming from the black SUV. No. Ryan added that as Richie pulled away from 34 Fairview, drove by, Ryan observed the interior light on and a Caucasian female operator seated inside the vehicle holding the steering wheel at 10 and 2, looking straight ahead. Ryan told us that he did not see anyone else inside the passenger compartment during his brief observation of the SUV, which means, where was John? He wasn't on the lawn, okay? He didn't witness him get blasted, okay? That means John was inside. When asked, Ryan said that it had just started snowing approximately half an hour prior, and there was a coating of snow on the ground. While present in the area of Cedar, Ryan did not see any other vehicles operating besides the F-150 and the black SUV. Next up, Trooper Nicholas on February 4th, 2022. His report stated, on Saturday, January 29th, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to an unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation, it was found that O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. Homicide, not accident, homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's cell phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis. If this part of it doesn't get your ass in that deliberating room, okay, then I don't know what would. This is when Yannetti was like, well, is the Canton Police Department the crime scene? What do you mean Trooper Proctor secured it at the crime scene while on scene on January 29th? Trooper Proctor got that phone from who when he didn't see Carrie Roberts on the 29th. And that's why Carrie Roberts, when she testified, she said that she gave it to, I don't know, I had his phone, I gave it to one of the first responders. Bitch, no, you didn't. Now, we supposedly have a clean version of the 911 call. I will get to that. We'll check it out. The evidence was given to me in good working order and transported to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office by Trooper Proctor. The evidence provided to me is as followed. 1 Apple iPhone 11 cell phone. So why didn't he bring on over the blood? Who gave Proctor, where's this phone at? It was just at the Canton Police Department. At Canton PD. And then Here is the gray key progress report of the iPhone. And they started working on it. See, event log 131. Initial access started. Initial access succeeded on device. Agent started. Device time 1/31/2022. Target device unlocked. Keychain extraction started. Keychain extraction complete. Result success. So you had this on 1/31/2022, right? The iCloud backup last backed update 1/28 at 5:20. You know how your stuff does stuff like at 5 o'clock in the morning? John's did his that morning at 5:27 a.m. and the 28th, that Friday. Progress report generated on device agent uninstalled. Now this is when the Sugar Tits here, the McAlbert sold the house, and they sold it for $50,000 less. But right here, this is that entryway, and this is that front door. Unless you just have to be like standing literally at the door. This was the layout of the home. Now take a look at this. They did not get, the Commonwealth did not turn over the 911 calls until a year later, 2/8/2023, as well as a copy of the forensic image of John O'Keefe's cellular telephone, a copy of the forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cellular telephone, and a copy of the Canton Police Department scene photos. So they didn't get to see any scene photos. This was the Canton photos, Canton Police Department scene photos. And then they didn't have a copy of John O'Keefe's cellular telephone for a whole year. Now, Jennifer McCabe's gray key progress report. Let's see. Report generated 2/2/2022. So people, when they say, oh, Jennifer just offered to give over her phone, she had her phone on the 29th, the 30th, the 1st, and then she turned it over. Either it was on the 1st or she went down there on the 2nd, but so it wasn't like she gave it to them on the Trooper Proctor on the 29th or anything like that. That's not what happened. Let's see. iCloud was last backed up, and that's how they were able to get the group text messages, is because of this. That we saw is because they had that group text message. So see that? Now, whose is this? And then Trooper Proctor did John McCabe's. So like if you go and you look, Proctor, did Jen McCabe's extraction Cellbrite. And so that would mean that he would have been the one that told her, oh my God, she had Find My iPhone enabled. If you have Find My iPhone enabled, they had location services all day on that phone. Location services enabled. Okay, then in 29, hold on. $130. So look at this. You guys are gonna shit when I show you this. Okay. Call log. All it had in there was 24 phone calls. All it had in there was 6 contacts and 65 messages. You should, when you see stuff, you should see things like, 25,000. Like, I mean, your contacts. This is what's in the phone. Contents in Jennifer McCabe's phone. Included in report total. So 24 call logs, 6 contacts, 65 instant messages, and 95 tags. Next report. Nicole Albert. Nicole Albert. Nicole Albert. This was on February 3rd. So she was interviewed by Yuri on February 3rd. And it wasn't, the report was wrote up on February 23rd. So this is the date of the report, or this is the date of the interview. And this is date of report. After being invited into the home by Nicole and her husband, Brian, Trooper Proctor and I formally introduced ourselves and thanked the both of them for their time. Formally introduced ourselves, formally. She had met John O'Keefe once or twice out in a social setting. Nicole shared that she was aware that John had recently moved near her sister's home and only knew him as Kaylee's uncle. And now her sister, remember, is Julie Albert. And remember, Nicole Albert is, Brian Albert's wife, but that's also Julie Albert's sister. And Julie Albert is Colin's mom. Okay. On the night of January 28th, Nicole stated that she met her sister, Julie, her daughter, Tristan, look at that. Her sister, Julie, daughter, Tristan, and her boyfriend. These idiots. Look at this Yuri. Look at this moron. First of all, daughter is not Tristan. It is Caitlin. Okay? The boyfriend's name is Tristan. Okay? And she is going with the statement that she met these people. Nicole said that she met her sister, Julie, daughter, Caitlin, and the boyfriend, Tristan, out at dinner. If you meet them out, that means that you would drove separately if you're meeting somebody out. Okay, do you guys see this? Understand? This is really, really important. This is not what would be testified to. What was testified to was 3 different versions of this. Nicole then finally testifies and says, no, my sister Julie came to my house to pick me up, and then we went to the Waterfall Bar. When we got there, Caitlin and her boyfriend Tristan were there off sitting at a table to the right, and we sat with them. Julie Albert would testify to saying that I went and picked up Caitlin and my sister at 34 Fairview House, not just Nicole, okay? And that would actually be what Julie Nagel testified to, is that Caitlin was at that house before going to the Waterfall Bar, and that she left with Julie Albert. But they want to put Caitlin having no vehicle, and there's a reason. So anyways, let's go on. No, this is, remember, this is February 3rd. See what their story is. On the night of January 28th, Nicole said that she met her sister, Julie, Tristan, daughter, Caitlin, boyfriend out at dinner at approximately 7:30 p.m. at the Waterfall Bar. At approximately 9, Jen and Matt met Nicole and Julie at the bar. There's no mention of Caitlin. Do you see that? See how Caitlin's name isn't in here? And then at approximately 10 p.m., Brian came out after his return from New York City. Where's Brian Higgins? So let's see. Brian Higgins' name isn't in here. And they purposely don't say Caitlin. And they call Caitlin basically Tristan. They're trying to make it seem like Tristan is the name of the daughter. How fucking crazy is that? Okay, now where's Brian Higgins? Okay, now at approximately 11 p.m., Nicole remembered that John and Karen came into the bar and were positioned on the opposite end of the high top, those type that they were occupying. Nicole recalled John coming over once and asking if they wanted anything from the bar. Nicole stated that John was wearing jeans, sneakers, and a hat. Boom, again, a hat. At approximately midnight, Nicole said that she left the waterfall and was met at her home by her sister, Jen McCabe, brother-in-law Matt McCabe, and husband Brian. That's it. Do you see that? Where is Caitlin? Where is Higgins? I want to know if the blonde girl that was sitting in a truck waiting that Nagel says that he saw was actually Caitlin. Now, at approximately midnight, Nicole stated that she left the, Nicole went on to say that all the guests left her home an hour later at approximately 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Oh my God, 1 a.m. These times are so important, you guys. Because if a neighbor was to say that they heard screams from outside at like 2 a.m. or 1:30, you know what I mean? But she needs everything to be over at 1. Okay, now today we know 1:47 was the time that Jen McCabe left with everybody. Okay. And Caitlin left at like 2:10 a.m. with Tristan. Now, later on, during the morning hours of January 29th, 2022, Nicole said that she was still in bed when her sister Jen came into the room and shared with Nicole that what had transpired outside and that John was found deceased. John was found deceased. Not unconscious, not, he was found dead on the edge of her property by the street in the snow. Nicole stated, did you see any flagpole mention here? No. Nicole stated that she never left her home. And by the time she came downstairs, Canton Fire Department must have transported both John and Karen from the scene. According to Nicole, there was no fights, arguments, altercations at any time during the night between any present at Waterfall or her home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Nicole stated that everything was fine, and she remembered John talking to her sister Jen at the bar. Nicole did not observe any injuries on John while he was present at the home or at the bar. Nicole shared that her and Brian walked out of Waterfall prior to John and Karen, and that the two were still at the bar at the time. When asked about the utility box, this is the green box. This is so important. The utility box at the edge of her property near the flagpole where John was found. Now, that's who put it there. Okay. Yuri is talking about that John was by the utility box in the flagpole. Nicole said that it had been open and slightly damaged for a long time prior to January. And so that blows up your little narrative, doesn't it, Yuri? John didn't get sent flying into that and why it was damaged. No, she said no injuries at the bar. Directing her attention to her home following the waterfall, Nicole stated that she did not hear any arguments, noises coming from the outside of her home, and that neither John nor Karen came into the home at any point. And you guys, I almost believe that. I almost believe it. Nicole went on to say that she was not even aware that her sister Jen had even invited John and Karen to the house following the waterfall. Without having any additional information to share with Trooper Proctor and me, we thanked Nicole for her time and concluded the interview. Now, this is where I lost my shit with this is the Canton police reports, right? And this is where I said, okay, this is what was on there when they first did it. Okay. Report, date, time, boom. He did it at 8:24 in the morning. All the people, right? And then this is what these people. So the first one up is Sean Good. Sean Good said, on January 29th, remember, this is what they're going through. This is what you guys want to go through. I was patrol supervisor, blah, blah. At approximately 6:04 a.m., I received the emergency 911 call from a woman reporting an unresponsive male party found in the snow. At the time, you guys see that there's no, like, Boston police officer? No, just an unresponsive male party found in the snow. At the time, the weather was very heavy snow with air temperatures in the teens. The call was then transferred to the Canton Fire, and I dispatched Officer Seraph and Mulaney to assist. I notified Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lank, respectively, after hearing the seriousness of the call. Bullshit. Remember, he's the one, Good is the one that got the 5 a.m. call from Carrie Roberts. So what time? Did you really notify people that there was a possible Boston officer? Remember? So Carrie Roberts says that there was a Boston officer that didn't come home that night. Now you get this 911 call, but it's just an unresponsive male party. Is the reason that you notified all these people because you knew Sergeant Good that it was a Boston officer? Okay. Once on scene, the victim was already in the back of the ambulance, so you didn't know where he was, and CPR was in progress. I was met by McCabe, Carrie Roberts, Karen. Standing outside of the ambulance, all parties were referenced by their first names going forward. Jennifer introduced herself to me and explained that they found their friend, that they found their friend, not that Karen found him by, I couldn't even see him. She found him. No, that they found their friend lying unresponsive on his back in the snow. Jennifer explained that they arrived at this address because it was the last place Karen believed he would be. Not that we had to tell Karen that, oh, hey, you didn't know about that you came to 34 Fairview? No, that whole story, so Officer Good here, so this is really, really important. So Karen, place that Karen believed he would be. Jennifer stated she had gotten a call from Karen around 4:53 a.m. inquiring about John's whereabouts. God, look at these people. Look at these people. God, go back to school. She told Karen she didn't know where he was. I asked Jennifer why she would think you would know where he was. Jennifer explained that a group of them had all been at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton earlier in the night. At around 12 a.m., Jennifer and her husband left the bar, heading to her brother-in-law Brian Albert's home at 34 Fairview Road. Jennifer stated Karen and John were at the bar together, and around 12:14 a.m., John texted Jennifer asking where they were going. Jennifer invited them to 34 Fairview Road. A short time later, Jennifer stated that she saw Karen and John pull up in their car and saw the passenger door open. Oh my God, now we have a passenger door being opened. Passenger door open, but they never came in. Passenger door was open, but he never came in. Instead, he just ripped off his shoe, threw it on the ground, threw his glass, and said, Karen, hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Just kidding. Moving on. But they never came in, and she saw the car drive off. She saw the car drive off. She saw the car drive off, which means she did not see anybody. Are these people in that fucking room motherfucking sane? Do they not see how the story keeps evolving? This is the original report because this is Canton Police, and this was written up and already in the computer, and you cannot change it. And it was already in. Jennifer just thought that they had changed their mind and went home for the night. I walked over to Karen and asked her who she was and how she ended up here. I also placed Karen in the back of my marked cruiser. Boom. This was so important because this cruiser had dash cam. This is the cruiser that they said they prayed the Our Father, that they did this, that they did that. It would have all been heard. Okay. It wasn't, they didn't go in Officer Mulaney's back of his car where there has been no dash cam to surface. They're in the back of Goods, and we have Goods camera, and it's up the whole time. And when does Karen go in there and that they're praying the Our Father, saying she has period on her face, and asks Jen to Google search stuff? Now, Karen was hysterical and continuing yelling, "Is he dead?" Exactly. Is he dead? That is so normal. Lana, you need to make a new industry business jury media. You got it. Yes, start a new business. Is he dead? That is so normal. I kept reassuring her that Canton Fire was doing everything that they can to save his life. I asked how John ended up there, and she stated, "I don't know. I have no idea how he's out there in the cold." I asked her if she drove here last night, and she stated, "I think so. Then I can't remember." At this point, I stopped asking questions because she was too upset, and she was unable to keep her train of thought, which is normal. You don't ask people questions when they're in shock. At this time, Sergeant Lank arrived on scene, which was, just so you guys know when this is, we know when he gets on at 6:26 a.m. because Lana got a memory like a beast. And I briefed him on what transpired so far. Do you understand that when this was supposedly said to have happened, this is when Jennifer McCabe snuck off and went into the house? That's when this conversation's happening in the back of the, like, if you're going in sequential order. Okay? Okay. At this time, Sergeant Link, 6:26, arrived on scene, and I briefed him and what transpired. I then spoke to Carrie, who stated, "So, Carrie, did you give the phone to Officer Good after you shook the blanket?" Who stated that she was contacted by her friend Karen around 5 a.m. wondering if she knew where John was. Not hysterical, not like screaming crazy shit. Carrie stated she called a few hospitals and the Canton police to see if he had been transported at some point during the night. Officer Good doesn't say, "I took that call." Then Carrie picked up Jennifer and Karen, and they began to search for John, ending up here at 34 Fairview. So Carrie didn't tell you that she went to Jen McCabe's house? Also, Carrie doesn't tell you that here I gave John's phone to somebody? She doesn't say that Karen was, oh my God, I can't believe that Karen actually saw him, like he was buried underneath like all this snow, and she laid on top of him and was like, so none of that happened? Canton Fire began to transport the victim to Good Samaritan. Now, remember, he arrives and is admitted at 6:49 a.m. And then based off of Nuttall, transport began at 6:27 a.m. Okay. Canton Fire began to transport the victim to Good Samaritan, and Karen, who was now sitting in Carrie's car. So we saw Carrie's car. It's on camera the whole time. Carrie's car began to act out, yelling and screaming, "Is he dead?" and trying to get out of the car and walk around. Excuse me? At this time, I advised Carrie to take Karen home and that she was not needed anymore. Moments later, I was contacted by dispatch that Karen was making suicidal statements to her father over the phone. I made the decision to have Carrie bring Karen back to the scene and have her transported to the hospital via Section 12. Detective Sergeant Link at this time contacted the homeowners at 34 Fairview Road and completed a supplemental report. I spoke to Officer Seraph and asked him what he observed arriving first on scene. Seraph started, he saw a woman, Karen, one woman, attempting CPR on the victim in the snow. Where were these other people? Seraph stated Karen had blood around her mouth, which he believed was from the victim's mouth and nose area. Seraph explained seconds later, Canton Fire arrived on scene and took over medical care, and moments later, I arrived. This is Stephen Seraph's report. Stephen Seraph's report. Look at this. Look at what he writes. His first responder. I was dispatched to 34 Ferry Road, unresponsive party in the snow. When I arrived, I saw 3 people on the ground over the victim, waving at me. They said he was not breathing. They were performing CPR. I noticed Karen Reed, the victim's girlfriend, had blood on her face from doing mouth to mouth. O'Keefe was bleeding from his face. I went over to the victim and felt his skin, and it was cold to the touch. I asked if he was a drug user, and they said no, he is a Boston cop. I went to get the AED from the patrol vehicle at the same moment that Canton Fire was arriving, and they took over. Following that, Reed, Karen, kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and was not able to tell me what happened. I tried to console her and keep her out of the inclement weather. I had her sit in one of the cars. Sergeant Good arrived and started speaking to the parties that were there. No phone. And no, I hit him. Okay, perfect. Next up is Officer Mullaney. Officer Mullaney's report. Officer Mullaney's. Here we go. This is amazing. Now, Officer Mullaney, who I think's money. On Wednesday, he thought it was a Wednesday. On Wednesday, January 29th, it was not Wednesday. Officer Mullaney, was assigned to patrol the East Sector. At approximately 6:05, Officer Seraph and I were dispatched to 34 Ferry Road for a report of an unresponsive party. Upon my arrival, Canton Fire Department was arriving on scene. Officer Seraph had already been on scene. When I exited my cruiser, I observed a female party attempting CPR on the victim in the snow. As I approached the victim, Canton Fire began CPR. I then assisted Canton Fire Department with lifting the victim onto a stretcher. This is why his was so important. And he was asked, "Did you see anything in the snow? Did you see a phone?" And he says, "No, phone." And he said, "No." He didn't see 47 pieces of glass. He didn't see a phone. No, 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 no. He's the one that helped pick him up off and put him on the stretcher. The victim was then taken by stretcher to the ambulance because they had to put him on this little carry board and then the carry board to the stretcher. At this time, Officer Seraph asked me to assist in getting witnesses' information. I then spoke with McCabe Jennifer. I asked McCabe who the victim was, and she identified the victim as O'Keefe. McCabe then explained to me that a group of people had gone out to the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton earlier in the night. Jennifer stated that she and her husband left the bar at approximately 12 and went to her brother-in-law's house, 34 Fairview. McCabe then told me that O'Keefe and his girlfriend Reed were invited to 34 Fairview Road, but never arrived. But never arrived. But never arrived. Not that they came here, but then they didn't come inside. That they never arrived. I asked McCabe if she possibly knew how long the victim had been where he was found. And she told he was dropped off by Reed sometime between 12 and 1. Dropped off. What? McCabe then told me that she was called by Reed at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning, wondering if she knew where John was. At this time, Sergeant Good arrived on scene, and the victim was transferred to Good Samaritan shortly after. While talking to Jennifer McCabe, Reed was hysterical and distraught and repeatedly screaming, "Is he dead?" and "That's my boyfriend." Sergeant Good then advised Roberts. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna do it for my phone. No, because I have to put that in. So let me do it like this. Hold on 1 second. You want to play with Kingston today?
Did his grandma ask?
Yeah, I think so. I'll ask her. I just want to know if you want to do that and swim. It's up to you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, moving on to right here. Oh boy, where'd that go? There it is. Oh. This is what they're debating. They're debating on absolutely garbage. Right here. While talking to McCabe, Reed was hysterical and distraught. Okay, I said that. Good then advised Robert Carey to take Reed home after Robert's left. Canton control advised officers that Reed was making Robert brought Reed back to the scene. Yep. I stayed on scene and assisted Sergeant Good and Detective Link and Lieutenant Gallagher. Okay? This guy knows all. This is the man. Okay? This is the man. Now, we get to the good stuff, which is, let's see what Officer Lank has to say in his Canton police report. Lank is at 6:08, I was contacted at home by Sergeant Good. So again, you have to think about this. Remember what I was trying to say? Sergeant Good, this is just an unresponsive party. You have no idea what's going on. It's an unresponsive party. Now you're going to call the Detective Lank, okay? At home at 6:08, Sergeant Good advised me that a male party had been found in the snow by the area of 34 Fairview Road. Sergeant Good stated that the party involved who is a Boston police officer. So at 6:08, it was 100% known that it was a Boston police officer. And now this is where they've been lying. Who is a Boston police officer was in. Now, why did he think that? Because what's her name did not say that. You understand what I'm saying? Good couldn't have possibly told this because Jen McCabe never said that he was a police officer. You understand? But remember, Carrie Roberts called at 5 o'clock in the morning saying that, and that's why stuff was put. There was movements. There was stuff going on. He was in grave condition, and Canton EMS was on scene. The condition at this time was blizzard-like with heavy snow, wind, and freezing temperatures. At approximately 6:24 a.m., I arrived on scene. Sergeant Good, Officer Zaref, and Officer Mulaney had already spoke to multiple witnesses, and the victim was being treated in the ambulance. Okay? What the hell are they still doing there? They had him up and in that ambulance at 6:15. They're still on scene. The ambulance left for Good Samaritan Hospital shortly after I arrived. Sergeant Good made me aware that the officers and EMTs told him that the victim was bleeding from the nose and mouth. They also stated that he appeared to have swelling above one of his eyes. The first person that I spoke to was McCabe Jennifer. She was able to provide us with a general timeline of events. This is what Lank puts down in his report. This is from On the Scene. That Jennifer was at Waterfall Bar with her husband and Nicole. Approximately 11 p.m. So Brian Albert's name wasn't mentioned. Nobody else was. It was her husband and her sister, Nicole. Approximately 11 p.m., they were accompanied at the bar by O'Keefe and his girlfriend. Approximately 12 a.m., Jennifer, Matthew, Brian. Oh, now Brian's name, okay, is just Brian. Now we have a Brian here. And Nicole left the bar and went back to Albert's house. Approximately 12:14 a.m., O'Keefe texted Jennifer and asked where they were going. Jennifer responded that they were going to 34 Ferry Road. Moments later, okay? Listen up, Nicholas Guerrero. Moments later, a vehicle pulled up in front of the house, which Jennifer believed was O'Keefe and his girlfriend, Reed. She observed as the vehicle just sat out in front of the house for several minutes. The vehicle was facing uphill with the passenger side facing the house. She thought that the vehicle sat outside for at least 15 minutes. McCabe stated that neither party ever came to the door. And ultimately, the vehicle drove away. She did not say that they didn't get out of the vehicle, but that neither party came to the door. Isn't that interesting? She attempted to text O'Keefe, but never got a response. Approximately, she doesn't say like, I saw him, I saw Jennifer. Remember, because at the time, this was not going to be that Karen hit John. That's not what this was going to be about. Okay. She attempted to text him, never got a response. Apparently, 1:30 a.m., McCabe and her husband leave the house and give a ride home to Julie Nagel, who lives on. Doesn't say I gave Sarah Levinson a ride, but just Julie Nagel. Where's Sarah Levinson? She walk home? Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Approximately 4:53, McCabe was contacted by Reed and Furbish Haley, niece. They were distraught. They were distraught. Not just Karen, because he never had home and was not answering his phone. McCabe and Reed attempted to call some of O'Keefe's close friends. McCabe and Reed attempted to call some of O'Keefe's close friends, including Carrie Roberts. Approximately 5 a.m., Roberts picked up McCabe. Approximately 5 a.m., Roberts picked up McCabe and Reed to go looking for O'Keefe at 5 a.m. Approximately 6 a.m. Because remember, this is what she's trying to say. So this is like on scene. I don't know, like at 5 a.m. she comes and picks us up. Okay, look at this. At approximately 5 a.m., Roberts picked up McCabe and Reed. Picks up where? How did McCabe? So how you would read this and what you would think is that if anybody's reading this, you would think that Karen never went to Jennifer McCabe's house. Understand? So Roberts picked up McCabe and Reed to go looking for O'Keefe. Approximately at 6 a.m., Roberts, McCabe, and Reed locate O'Keefe. So all of them locate in the yard of 34 Fairview. He was located on the left side of the yard, about 8 feet in from the street. He was found unconscious on the ground, lying on his back. Roberts began to perform CPR. Wait, excuse me? Approximately at 6:04 a.m., 911 was called and placed at Camp Police Station. Officers on scene were able to secure the scene as best they could as the weather conditions continued to be severe. State Police CPAC unit was contacted at 6:38 a.m. Trooper Proctor called back within a few minutes. Now, this is when Lank was on the stand, and Alan is like, who are you on the phone with right here? Who are you calling here at this time? Because this was way before 6:38. Okay. He was on the phone with a ton of people, but he was trying to get so CPAC unit was contacted at 6:38. Trooper Proctor called back within a few minutes and was made aware of the situation. You have Proctor. You have, what about Buchanan? While on scene, all attempts to speak with Reed were unsuccessful. She was hysterical and difficult to control. The only statement that she was able to relay to Canton officers while on scene was that she did not remember ever being at 34 Fairview Road. Reed later made statements via telephone to her parents threatening suicide. Next. So this all has to happen before he goes inside, right? To the house, because this is supposed to be in chronological order. Next, I went into 34 Fairview Road and spoke with the homeowners, Albert, Brian, and Albert Nicole. Both parties from this point forward will be referred to by their first names, Brian. And Brian stated that they had seen the victim at Waterfall Bar and Grill and had spoken to him. He stated that he did not know the party well. Are you kidding me? He said that he did not know the party well. I thought he was his friend. He shows up and sits behind the O'Keefes, but knew that he was a friend of McCabe's. Brian and Nicole recalled that the victim had been welcomed to come to their house, but he never arrived. When asked about O'Keefe's demeanor, any altercations with anyone at the bar, Brian said he seemed to be fine at the bar and there were no issues whatsoever. Keeping the whole Higgins hush-hush. McCabe Matthew, husband of Jennifer, also stated, so he was like, Matt McCabe was there. Like when he says that he had to go back in to talk, like this is what's hilarious. You must have talked to them because Matt McCabe, I know for a fact, was not inside that house before 7:00 because he was calling his wife still at 6:57. But here, so you could see that they're all together. He didn't separate anybody because Matt McCabe just chimes in and says Matthew McCabe, husband of Jennifer, also stated that he had observed the vehicle pull up out front of the house, but never saw either party get out of the vehicle. Matthew also reiterated that what Brian said. So this is where we find out, okay, yeah, I saw them pull up. O'Keefe seemed to be, remember this whole saying, hey, just tell him he never came in the house. Just tell him he never came in the house. Okay. Because what was going to be their original thing? What was going to be their original, like, hey, he never came inside. He was drunk. His BCA is going to be so out of this world. And then he got hit by what? A plow? By what? A person? A car? And flown. A hit and run. But it wasn't going to be Karen. So O'Keefe seemed fine at the bar, and that there was really nobody else in the establishment other than their group. Next, I asked Brian and Nicole, who else was at the house that night? This is where it gets good. Aside from the names already mentioned, the following people were present at some point during the time in question. Brian Albert Jr., that's their son. Caitlin Albert, that's the daughter. Julie Nagel, Brian Jr.'s friend. And Brian Higgins. No Sarah Levinson, okay? Was Sarah Levinson even freaking there? Okay, no Sarah Levinson, no Colin Albert. All right. No Tristan coming there to pick up Caitlin. And none of the four friends that were there, like when they were all out to like go. No Allie McCabe coming and picking up Colin. So, so you got and Brian Higgins, who is a friend of Brian Albert's. Not that he's a ATF. Look at and Brian Higgins, who was a friend of Brian Albert Sr. Not that he's an ATF agent. They advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. When she was picked up by her boyfriend Tristan Morris. Well, there we go. We got that in now. 12:15. Well, still on scene, Lieutenant Gallagher, Sergeant Good, and I attempted to retrieve as much evidence as possible. Now, remember from the videos, all right, so here we go. You're muted. All right, I'm not muted anymore now. Here we go. Sorry. I'm back, not muted. I'm back. I'll repeat it right here. While still on scene, Lieutenant Gallagher, Sean Good, and I attempted to retrieve as much evidence as possible given the weather conditions. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to use a friggin' leaf blower to blow away the top layers of snow, which means you're blowing it away, the top layers, and getting it to the ground of the dirt, where the grass is as well. Now, think about this. Everybody made fun of this leaf blower, as you should make fun of a leaf blower, right? I made fun of the leaf blower, but that leaf blower, that's what should free Karen Reed, because the leaf blower shows and proves that none of this stuff was there. These 47 pieces of plastic, none of this was over there, okay? They were sifting through it, just taking it layer by layer, baby. Yeah, exactly. So as much as we want to make fun of it, but you got down to all this area, and what do you have? You have nothing. You have nothing in terms of all of those pieces of plastic were not there. Okay. So now, again, we're going in chronological order because that's what you're supposed to do. With this like report. So here, we were able to observe a broken drinking glass and multiple patches of red, which appeared to be frozen blood drops. That means somebody standing over your motherfucking body, dropping blood drops. Okay. Not smeared blood that would be coming out of the back of someone's head, making it for like a blood pool. Okay. Blood drops could be from the other person. Gallagher. Okay, again, we were able to observe a broken drinking glass and multiple patches of red, which appear to be frozen blood drops. 6 samples of this substance was retrieved by using red solo plastic cups, which only, guess what, 1 or 2 of those samples were taken. The other, whatever, all those 6 were not, because we have this woman who's Hartnett, who passed her proficiency finally, saying that, oh, she thought it was all the same sample. The broken glass was retrieved and bagged into evidence. Where's the shoe? Where's the hat, people? Where is the hat? You're not going to see some big ass motherfucking shoe and some big ass hat. Both items were returned to the Canton police station and logged into evidence. No, it wasn't. There are no logs. What are these people doing in that deliberating room? Embarrassing. They're embarrassing Norfolk County right now. At approximately 9, I was contacted at the police station by McCabe. Jennifer McCabe called me. And she wanted me to know. She was saying, hey, she asked if I was able to possibly come back to 34 Fairview Road and speak with her because so Lieutenant Gallagher and I both left immediately and arrived back at 34 Fairview within a few moments. McCabe told us that she recalled something that she was not sure if we were aware of. She said that when Reed was driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, she said something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. McCabe told us she made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered. She thought that Reed may have made these statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure. Yes, Julie is Nicole's sister-in-law because the Albert brothers, okay? They're the brothers. Okay, now, next, this is what you see here. These are these pictures that are just pure dog shit, okay? And this is Canton's pictures that they took. And this is where Good then changed his photograph. See, when this was printed on 10/25, they changed out the photograph. But the whole exact report was all the same. Now, and then they're going to take a look at this, which is the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. This is the order that they gave, which was, hey, this is an order from the courts. The order to the preservation of cellular telephones. And why is this important? And why would the jury be looking at this? Look at this, guys. Here's the order. After hearing on defendant's oral motion for preservation of the cellular telephones at issue in defendant's motion for order pursuant to Massachusetts Rules the criminal procedure, this is 17, directed to Brian Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, and the Commonwealth, it is hereby ordered as follows. The Commonwealth shall notify Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, Julie Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, and Julie Nagel, that they shall preserve any cellular telephones that they use between January 28th, 2022 and February 28th, 2022, and shall not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue by giving the following notice on a letterhead of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and or by email using an official state-issued email address together with a copy of this order. You are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth vs. Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court. There you go. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1. Ready? The date, September 2022, but September 23, 2022. It was so ordered. And what did they do the day before? They destroyed their shit. Regardless if it was approved or not, it doesn't matter. When did Higgins do what he did? When did Brian Albert do what he did? September 22nd. When did Allie McCabe get a new phone? This is an evidence. This is what the jury is going through, and you're gonna sit there and say, it doesn't. You're gonna say to yourself, yeah, you know what? Court is back in session. Psych. Thanks. This is embarrassing. This is absolutely embarrassing.
Should I put this here, or do you want me to put here or over there? Oh, I got mine.
Now we're going to compare, this is what this is what Richard Green says with the phone versus what Jessica Hyde says. This is Jessica Hyde's digital forensic analysis report. So, executive summary. The digital forensic analysis details findings related to a request from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office via Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully to review information pertaining to specific information from a device identified as belonging to Jennifer McCabe, namely 2 Google searches on January 29, 2022. The only thing she was asked to do was just this Google stuff, nothing else. The request was to understand the timeline of 2 Google searches on January 29, 2022. How long to die in cold like that, and how long to die in cold. I was provided with copies of 2 documents, namely O'Keefe homicide evidence report regarding prosecution, expert findings from Trooper Nicholas Guerno, and the affidavit of Richard Green in support of defendant's motion for order pursuant to Mass Rule Crim P17, which I just showed you guys. A copy of the full file system extraction was provided. Evidence analyzed. Now, forensic analysis.
So it has to be all
Whoa, okay, so we have
look.
Mark.
the goal of this analysis was to understand the timeline of the specific Google searches with regard to a user action to delete the searches. So the goal of this analysis was to understand the timeline of the specific Google searches. And then she put with regard, so that's really weird, but relevant findings. There were 2 searches of the interest that took place on the iOS device examined. A Google search for how long to die in cold took place at approximately 11:23 a.m. 11:23 a.m. And another search for how long to die in the cold took place at 11:24 a.m. But again, it was because it was in this time, so they had to then adjust it to the Eastern Standard Time. Okay. And when she adjusted to the Eastern Standard Time, the tool, it further showed that the first entry, oh wait, hold on. These are the tool reported times. These are the, yeah. Further analysis demonstrated that the time carved for the first entry on the chart at 2:27:40 is less reliable than the other timestamps documented. And she, whatever this tab, it's just so crappy. Is there a jury? Oh, court's back. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Let me go. Sorry. Court's back. Hold on. It hasn't started yet. Jury wants to go home for the day. Says Mike. Yeah.
Right?
Let's see. There's a jury question. The suspense is killing me. It's we have a jury question. Woo, jury. Woo! We got a question. Are we allowed to find Jennifer McCabe guilty of being a complete dumbass?
How did a southerner get into it?
Because I just moved here because I am chasing these. I'm an ambulance chaser, aka jury chaser.
Can we get translations with Tina back?
This is what the fuck. Bev's getting her blowout. Hold on, guys. Brazilian style. I don't know what's going on. The verdict clock. Oh, wait, hold on. Jury deliberation, 18 hours. There we go. Lana, they stopped the clock. 18 hours. There is a stoppage. Yes.
Why did they just remove the clock? The countdown clock?
Woo-wee. McCabe's. Jenny and the Jets.
No, it was Jenny and the Bets.
Jenny and the Bets.
Yeah, if you're gonna say Jenny.
That's fine. We can do Jenny and the Bets.
You didn't say anything about me changing my name to That Is Only Fan.
Oh, you did?
That Is Only Fan.
Bev's only fan. Do me a favor, guys. Thumbs it up. Do something over there. Make yourself known. We have 822 people in here. Jenny and the Butts. Jenny and the Bets. They got side bets over there. Side bet, sidebar. Who gives a shit? The McCabe's You know what they do? They take their little Sunny D's. They sit outside, poolside. They drink half of it and they load it up with that vodka. Juror question. Are we able to actually order some Panera today instead of the turkey and ham sandwiches you guys been giving us?
We wanna order D&E.
Can we get DNAs?
We want some D&E up in this. Hey, did you finish the olives? Cause I'm making a sharp.
Yes, I did. I'm just checking in and read elsewhere that Bev directed the jury to review all 650 pieces of evidence. I think there's way more than 650 pieces of evidence. We need 300 plus more thumbs. Take your thumb, press it. Lana, question. What was the other question besides cert question? That was the only question.
Well, it was, can we leave early?
Yeah, can we leave early? I'm hoping that they ask, can we get clarification on reasonable doubt?
You want them to ask for clarification?
Okay, so let's take bets here. The jury is going to ask, oh, Canadian, true crime buff, woo! Making people turn green up in this mofo. Now, going back over these voir dire questions, is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service, you may not read or view any social media articles, posts, videos, podcasts, or other non-traditional media platforms that may discuss this case? Do you, any family members or close friends reside in or conduct regular business in Canton? We want to know if your business is going to be screwed. Have you already started to make up your mind about this case? Clearly, somebody had. Somebody lied on this. We have nothing but liars. Now, let's just break it down, Lana. Just break it down. So, in all honesty, what do I think they're going to ask? They're going to ask if they are allowed to clean up the 911 call. So, do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about law enforcement officers, prosecutors, or the government? Yes, I do. Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity such as a march, demonstration, or financial? Have you ever financially contributed, showing support for law enforcement in or outside your own community? These are what the voir dire. I'm just going over those questionnaires again, seeing what juror totally lied. This case is expected to garner a significant amount of media attention. Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case that would prevent you from serving as a fair and impartial juror? Well, no, because I've known the McCabe's for my whole life, so it's not like it's the high-profile part of it that's the problem. Have you or someone close to you ever had education, training, or work experience in any of the following fields: law enforcement, military, alcohol/drug abuse, or domestic violence.
How long to die in cold?
What?
Is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony that would make it difficult for you to be fair or impartial in this case? I want to show you. Take a look. Ready? Don't worry. You won't miss it. Now that is a war room right here. It's a war room right here.
I made it. Do you see it? It's
Mhm.
pretty.
Yeah, I showed the world it on the
What?
screen. I used Hector the projector and I showed everybody.
Everyone.
Can I get a couple pieces of pickles?
Don't get pickle juice on my parmesan.
Hmm?
My parmesan can't get pickle juice on it.
Okay.
It's sacred.
Here, I'll just have one. Thank you.
You want me to cut one up and put it on there?
No, I don't. Nothing. Holy crap.
I just want a bite of one.
It's just spicy.
Here, give me a bite of yours so I don't have to ruin it.
Here, you can have it.
What? I don't
It's
want
too juicy. We got water
I
everywhere.
just want a bite.
Just announced on the news they have a question. Thank you, Elizabeth. No, that's okay. I don't want the juice in there either.
Oh,
It's too juicy.
you love pickle juice.
Mm.
I'm putting it down.
I mean, come on, man. 18 hours. 18 hours.
Come on, some births last longer than that. Some people are in labor longer
No,
than 18 hours.
This is a slap in the face. This is going to continue to happen because look at nothing's happening.
It's not a slap in the face, it's jurisprudence. Not days.
This is not. This is crazy.
No,
These police reports are absolutely insanity.
no, what the-
I mean, maybe they're watching all these videos. If you think about it, you don't have any videos to watch any interrogations. You don't have any. Let's keep watching the Sally Port.
The inverted.
Maybe they're going to ask them if they have video of her taillight at 12:41
Mm.
leaving at, or is there video on the Canton Library of what is that, of Karen Reed? She should be on the Canton Library around like 12:30, like 12:33. I mean, depending on which way she drove. Or do you just have the whole? Can we have the whole entire hour video to see what cars we see? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Allie McCabe should be all over that video if she was giving Colin a ride home.
Mhm. Yeah. I'm gonna put this here.
Absolute
Don't
ridiculousness.
eat the apple, but if you want to mention it.
Do me a favor, make sure that you are a subscriber. If you are here, it's free. You just hit woo.
I'll cut it and
Just
have
hit
it
the
put
click the
on.
button.
But
Um,
I'm using the plate.
it's free. It's subscribe free. Oh my gosh, this is what the chat summary, the auto-generated experiment. Oh
I
man,
love
did
the
you see what it
trail.
said? It
No.
said that the chat's talking about if pickles are the remedy for cramps.
I
Did you see what
love
it said?
that.
It said that it says the ongoing chat conversations revolve around the ongoing trial of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. No,
Did
it
you guys
doesn't.
talk about that at all?
The chat covers topics of jury questions, evidence, and personal reactions to the proceedings, such as pickles and cramps.
Love that. Do pickles really help cramps? AI is just so smart.
Are you guys talking about Johnny Depp in chat?
Probably.
Do you guys prefer a pickle to be already sliced, or do you want it whole?
What's your favorite type of pickle? Chips.
We have
Slices?
652 likes. That's not too shabby versus there's 894 people in here. That's pretty good.
Well, can we get it to 1,000?
Keep thumbing it.
Let's get it to 1,000, everybody.
Hey, members. We have a question from the jury. So there is movement in the box. And I shared that with all the members so that those that are working can get the notification that, oh, wait, maybe I should tune in. Love Johnny Depp, love pickles, and love Lana. Oh, God, wait, we have some movement. The camera just did a little shake and bake. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Oh, great.
Make sure you guys butt dial that thumbs up. Oh, yes. Chopped, sliced, whole, it's all good. I like chopped in tuna and egg salad and deviled eggs. Sliced on Sammy's and whole at the ball field. Just like Yowena. Whole. What's the question? We're about to find out. The camera just did a little shake and bake, so...
Are you muted?
Bella's in a huge debate with Jennifer
No,
Coffindaffer.
Don't say it. That's why I had you mute.
It's okay, girl. If you want to just talk about that, you're taking on Jennifer Coffindaffer
What?
via Twitter. It's already been debunked, JC. Please stop doing this. What you said up there is more damaging, not only to Mrs. Jackson, but to the memory of Officer John O'Keefe as well. The pixels of this fake face. What? What is this even about?
Whatever. Just look at what she said back.
It hasn't, Kitty. People are working hard at the spin. I don't.
It's not that you haven't seen the video. They're saying that and Jennifer Coffindaffer is saying that Alan Jackson is cheating with Karen Reed. Okay, and so she's like doubling down on it, and I'm just like, please stop. Like that's just disrespectful to everybody involved. Like it's already been debunked. And then she sends me more, and then she sends me this. Click on it.
I love Alan Jackson's shoes. Where are they at? Having dinner or lunch or martinis. Oh, they're all having dirty martinis. I love it.
How dirty?
Karen's got two olives. Love it.
Oh, I was before.
Alan Jackson's got one. They're all doing a martini.
I'm doing a martini. Make some good martinis there.
Those are my favorite 5 people right there.
Mm-hmm.
Who took that picture?
I don't know. She just sent it to me. I don't know. JC sent it to me. I have no idea where it came from.
I can't believe this. It's scary because knowing that this is the easiest case for a not guilty verdict. I don't know if the jury is making this more difficult when they're saying, well, you guys, she was drinking, so is she at fault, even if she like dropped him off there, knowing that what he could potentially be walking into if Higgins was an unhinged, lunatic.
Oh my God.
Listen, guys, the police are not there to help when there is a situation and you could be a potential witness or a potential witness turned perpetrator. I'm not saying a word. I've learned my lesson on trying to help and thinking that the police truly wanted to get the truth. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Fake, when people try to be fake victims and then you get a phone call, you want my side of the story? Click. I got nothing to say to you. Go figure it out yourself.
I want to know what AI is saying now because that was really weird. Dome shell.
You're such a good cop. You're such a good detective. Go figure it out.
Here, this is what it is. Wait for it, wait for it. Push play or whatever. Is it the video?
Mm-mm. It's just a picture.
I'm gonna give you the video. Oh, that's next. There's the video. It's gonna go. Okay. And she's showing. I don't care. It's not.
I think it's perfectly fine.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Be seated, closed session.
We're back on the record on 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay. All right, so counsel, you're aware of our note from the jury. Dear Judge Cannoni, I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by the foreperson. So I want to hear from counsel your view on whether there has been due and thorough deliberation. So let's start with the Commonwealth.
It's too early.
My answer would be no, Your Honor. This simply hasn't been sufficient time yet.
And what does the defense say?
We believe that there has been sufficient.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail. Mr. Lally, I will hear you.
Your Honor, the jury received this case just earlier this week. They've had slightly shortened days, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that they haven't conducted their due diligence in regard to their deliberative process, but I would submit that it is far, far, far too early in their deliberative process to even consider giving them any kind of Tui Rodriguez instruction or anything close to that. Furthermore, what the note doesn't really indicate affirmatively that they can't come to a conclusion. It just says that they haven't come to a conclusion through their deliberative process at this time. They're not even asking for one, is what I would say.
All right, thank you. Ms. Giannetti, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I would disagree with Mr. Lally's characterization of the note. The word exhaustive is the word I think that's operative here. They're communicating to the court that they've exhausted all manner of compromise, all manner of persuasion, and they're at an impasse. This is a case where the jury has the legal instructions. They've only really asked one question, which was to try to get a report that they were not allowed to get. And I think the message has been received that the evidence is closed. They won't get anything more. They've been working essentially nonstop over the last, 3-4 days. We're approaching a weekend. They didn't come back with this at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. They're at 12 o'clock and they have nowhere to turn. So our position is the jury should be read the Tui Rodriguez model instruction and go from there.
Okay. All right. So you all know that it is within my discretion. I decide. So a case that has been, it's a long case. This is our 4th day of deliberations, but Tuesday was a short afternoon, maybe 2.5 hours. Wednesday, they left early because of an appointment. Yesterday was also shortened a little bit. And this note arrived with less than 3 hours of deliberations today. So the length of the trial, the length of the deliberations, I know the case we heard from 74 witnesses. There are 657 exhibits, very complex issues in this case. I'm not prepared to find that there have been due and thorough deliberations at this point. So I am going to send them back out. We'll bring them in and we'll do that now.
Oh my God, what the fuck, Bev?
I want to know the vote count. I want to know what the vote
Can we get a
count is.
poll? Look at what the Rodriguez TUI is, the instructions on the Rodriguez TUI. They have strategy. This is amazing strategy.
Yanetti's, but what? What is it? Because it doesn't make sense.
All right, so the court, please, your center. Back in session, you may be seated.
Right. So, jurors, I'm in receipt of your note. I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by your foreperson. We all know how hard you've been working. Lunch will be arriving shortly. When it comes, I'd ask you to clear your heads, have lunch, and begin your deliberations again. Or continue your deliberations. All right? So I'm sending you back out.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me, please.
Why don't we throw some of those,
Be seated, put us still in session.
All right, so the note has been marked for identification, and we'll see you all either at 3:30 or when you get a phone call.
Put, all right.
all right,
Triple
so,
B.
Yeah.
here, honey. Okay. Here we go.
You are muted.
We have the TUI. Here we go. Take a look. See. All right.
2460 in Mass.
Okay. All right. So let me clear this up. This is in Mass. When jurors cannot agree, our Constitution laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal way for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking, in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained or expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an you can't like acquire somebody else in the conclusion of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 6 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that the case be decided. You should consider that you have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future juror would be. There is no reason to suppose that the case will ever be submitted to 6 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence would be produced on one side or the other. With all of this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so. Let's see. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on one side or the other. In this criminal case, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to establish every part of it, every essential element beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left in doubt as to any essential element, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. This is what they wanted read off. No, it's going to force a not guilty verdict. It's also going to say that we are at an, like, write it again, we are at an impasse. Okay. Why wouldn't she read this? Why wouldn't this be read? In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who are for acquittal should consider whether a doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one. If it makes no impression on the minds of other jurors who are equally honest, equally intelligent, and who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, with an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. On the other hand, those jurors who are for conviction ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment. If it is not shared by other members of the jury, they should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or adequacy of the evidence if it fails to convince the minds of their fellow jurors. I would ask you now to return to your deliberations with these thoughts in mind. Why didn't she read this? The model instruction above and the alternative instruction below are adopted from the 2 alternative models set out in Commonwealth v. Rodriguez. The first is an amended version of a traditional charge development from Commonwealth v. Toohey. The second, a model charge recommended by the American Bar Association. Judges have been urged not to stray from the language in the recommended model instruction, Commonwealth v. Sonowski. It is appropriate for the judge to give such a charge when the jury is deadlocked, but because it, quote unquote, has a certain sting to it, it should not be given prematurely, and digression from the recommended language is discouraged, Commonwealth v. O'Brien. As to when such a charge is appropriate, see jury trial manual for crowd. The judge should not mention to the jury the possible expense or inconvenience of a second trial. The verdict is alternative. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree to that verdict. Your verdict must therefore be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without violating your own individual judgment and conscience. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after considering the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberation, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced that it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You are not partisans for one side or the other. You are judges, the judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to ascertain the truth from the evidence in the case. I would ask you now to return your deliberations with these thoughts in mind. Restriction on sending out jury more than twice. If a jury, after doing thorough deliberation, return to court without having agreed on a verdict, the court may state anew the evidence or any part thereafter. Explain to them anew the law applicable pre-trial to Rodriguez charged. So let's go back and look at this. This is what Yannetti wanted read off. What do you guys think? This is unbelievable. I would go with the first out of, let's see. Let's see here. Save that. Jesus Christ, these fucking morons. Do you understand that there's somebody in there saying that, nope, there's no way I'm acquitting Karen Read? Think about this, like it's not that it's people are in there saying, I'm not going to find Karen Read innocent, okay? Karen Read is innocent until proven guilty. Until proven guilty. Karen Read, your freaking voir dire that y'all took, this person is innocent until proven guilty. This case couldn't convict Jennifer McCabe, couldn't convict Colin Albert, couldn't convict Brian Albert, couldn't convict even a conspiracy, okay? This case by the Commonwealth couldn't convict anybody, not just Karen Read. If this isn't being said by people in that room, then you're failing at your argument. Take Karen Read out of the equation. reading every police report. In the beginning, nobody said a word about that there was, I mean, that's why I wanted to show you guys the police reports. 665 pieces. This evolved like a typo. The car when it was towed. Are you guys kidding me? If all of that would have been found by Canton police way earlier, that's one thing. Anyways, somebody is in there saying that they won't acquit Karen Reed. That's personal. It's not saying that I wouldn't acquit anybody. Who could you? Nobody is getting indicted. Nobody. If I'm on that jury and you put Jennifer McCabe in here, Lana, I wouldn't be able to convict Jennifer McCabe because I don't believe that Jennifer McCabe did anything. I have no idea who used Jennifer McCabe's phone. Those people could have taken Jennifer McCabe's phone, called him. Okay. Matt McCabe could have used Jennifer McCabe's phone. Matt McCabe could, the state, the Commonwealth, the police department failed John O'Keefe, failed this case. We don't know anything because of the fuckerage with the police. Period. I think you have people in there arguing, yelling, and screaming at each other about, that you're on some side. No, we're just against, and how it needs to be said is, we're just against the investigation. The investigation can't convict anybody. Period. And there should be no impasse on that. How is there an impasse on that? Jennifer Coffindaffer, I think, would even say that. There should be no impasse on that right there. That guys, we're right here saying you think this and I think this. So what does that tell us? That tells us that we don't fucking know. Which means that we have to say not guilty. It's that simple. And then you have people in there, okay, because that's what the law says. The law says that. That means there's reasonable doubt. We have reasonable doubt amongst us, right? Yes, okay. Well, guess what reasonable doubt is? You don't get to say, no one then says, okay, fine, I'll give up my reasonable doubt. I'll give up the law and vote guilty. No, it's the other way. It's whoever is in there saying that they're not going to give up their own opinion for the law. Do you understand that? That's what it's saying to me.
Do you understand what it's saying to me? That Yannetti knows that there's a plant or two in there and that they're not going to change their mind. So he'd rather take the hung than have those two plants or one plant come and change everyone's mind.
Well, and they're not going to change everyone's mind.
And it's pissing me off.
But the law here, okay, is this, and Yannetti wanted this read for a reason.
Well, it's the instructions to give them to say, they're going to come back at 3:30 and be like, we're still at a deadlock. He's not wrong when he says, look, they sent this at 12. They didn't send this at 3:30.
Yeah, this is where they're at here. And so what's going to come back is that we're going to have people fighting. Remember day one? Remember, hey, we need to leave. Like, holy shit. Like, I'm telling you, bombs went off when they got this all in their hands. Okay.
Heated, 100%.
It's heated because guess what that means? That means that you can't be heated over this if you don't have emotions. How do you have emotions in this? That means you came in with emotions, because I'm sorry, but I don't know you. I don't know you. Why did Colin Albert, Jen McCabe, and Brian Albert go in there for the closing arguments?
And stare down the jury.
That was insanity. That was insanity. That somebody could come at, that those people had the nerve to go into a courtroom where they 100% at some point in time, whether it was during their grand jury testimony or during that, but in that courtroom, they lied. It pertains to this case. That's sick. That means, you know, they have nothing to lose, you guys. They are clinging on to like, we need this guilty verdict to save our lives. We don't have no shame in our game. Okay. But if you're in a room and I'm in a room and I'm listening to this, you guys, we're at an impasse. That means people are here, people are there. That means not guilty. That means that we could not unanimously say that this woman did it, right? So you say not guilty. It's not going to be that you're going to get people to say, okay, yeah, I'm going to say that she did it when there's all this reasonable doubt. That's not how it works. It's not how it works at all. And if you take Karen Read out of the equation and you go off of nobody can be convicted off of this case. If you insert Carrie Roberts for Karen Read, if you insert Jen McCabe for nobody, I would not be able to convict anybody. Why? Because of the case, because of the investigation, because the police think that they are above the law. And so we have an issue here that somebody doesn't want to stick it to law enforcement, because in order for law enforcement to change, these type of not guilty verdicts get turned in. And then y'all tell everybody afterwards why you voted not guilty. I have no idea if Karen Read did it or not. I voted not guilty because of the investigation. Period.
Because of the evidence.
Yeah, well, that's the investigation is what coughed up this supposed evidence. The investigation is flawed. And when an investigation is flawed, the outcome, you don't have, boom, it's over. You don't even have a chance to bring truth to Mr. O'Keefe.
But just talk about how Yannetti is so okay right now. That's what blows me away. That he's okay with saying, let's go with the hung jury. And what that tells me is he knows the only possible thing that I can think of.
Karen
is that
Read's
he
going
knows
civil.
If there's a hung jury, the chances of her going civil they decline. So
No.
my thing is let me just finish my thought. Yannetti, the reason that he did that is because he knows that there's one or two or whatever, however many plants in that jury, and he knows there is not going to be an outcome that is better for his client than a hung jury, and that saddens and upsets me.
I think that he has no. I think that they would. I think that they welcome another retry though, because think about it. There is so much stuff that's out there that now that they would have, they welcome a retry. I'm telling you that because of all the stuff that came out during this case.
Okay, but what if they don't retry? What if the Commonwealth is like, we're not
then they don't have to retry, but they also have faith in the federal government because the feds have their own shit going on with this case.
But you understand
I am confident. I am 100% confident in what I see here, and that this is a clear. If one or two people in that room are holding out because they are getting paid or they know somebody, great, awesome. Guess what? That's gonna come out. That's gonna come out. That's gonna come out.
Look at all the
It's
stuff that
gonna come out.
Look at all the stuff that has come
These
out.
jurors are gonna talk about it. I am telling you. Okay.
The odds are there's too much of a risk that they will not retry her, that the Commonwealth will not retry her. And if they don't retry
That's
her,
fine, great.
this hangs over her head for the rest of her life.
Awesome.
There is no statute limitation.
I've
for
already
murder.
talked about that, and she'll be fine. She'll be fine. I'm
Okay,
telling
I
you.
don't think so. That's what I'm so heated
Okay.
and upset about.
Well, you can bring out a lot of shit in a civil case, and that's why she will go civil.
But listen, you also know this from other cases that when you have
Her
you
civil
have
rights
a-
were violated.
when you have a murder hanging over your head, if you go civil
Mhm.
before that murder case goes to trial, before the criminal case goes to trial, you risk a lot doing that, okay? And as we saw here, even though there's all this evidence and lack of evidence that was put on by the defense, and our jaws are dropped, look at what we're dealing with. This corruption is so deep, in my opinion only. This is what we're dealing with. And I'm sorry, I do not have faith in what the feds are gonna do. I just don't.
They need to win.
I don't care. I don't have faith in it.
Well, I have faith in the other 10 jurors plus the alternates, and they're gonna come out and they're gonna talk about it. They're gonna tell us exactly what went on in that court and behind those doors. Trust me.
But listen,
They're
talking
good.
about it is not gonna help Karen Reed with what she has to do going forward.
If somebody comes forward to say that they believe that one of those jurors were bought,
Mhm.
absolutely that would
What
help
will that
Karen.
do?
I-
Like legally speaking.
I believe that all of this is gonna help Karen Reed. That's my opinion.
No, and everyone can have their opinion. I'm just upset. And my opinion is that I cannot freaking believe.
I don't. Why would you want to force
this
people? They did it. They. I would have. If I was Yannetti, I would have been ready to argue that a little bit better. To say, listen, we took a long time to pick these jurors. Okay, we took a long time to pick these jurors, and we picked them through the process of, these are educated. Like, I would have went down a list of.
To say what? Like, what would your argument be about? That it's kind
Listen,
of like what
Yannetti
Molly
made it.
said.
Yannetti made it perfect. This should have been read. Read that.
So I read it already.
Okay, the first one should have been read.
Yeah.
And when you read this, because at the beginning it makes it very clear about, listen, I wanted them to talk more about this whole reasonable doubt, because that wasn't emphasized enough in the closing by the defense, because he was trying to get in all the craziness, which she squeezed him for an hour.
But all that was reasonable doubt. All of those things were reasonable doubt. All of the points he made were reasonable doubt, standing on their own. Just those points he made.
Jokes. I'm happy.
You're happy?
Oh yeah, because I think it's all going to come out. Because you know what, I'm happy. I'll throw a little ego here with it, because I'm right. Because I'm right about the jury, about the jury, about that we had an issue here, about that this was not like there was an explosion on that first when
First day of deliberation.
correct.
Yeah.
There was an explosion.
100%.
Also seeing the McAlberts be in there for that, something felt off about that. Jen, you want to be there? Carrie, you want to be that? Colin Albert being there. Colin Albert said the kid can't even put sentences together. He cannot speak. He's a little fidgety. Why would Colin Albert want to even be there? He didn't give a shit about John O'Keefe. In fact, he says, only reason I got brought into this is when people on the internet started saying that I was at the house. I had something to do with this. This case had no bearing on me. We don't talk about this case in our house. We don't talk about this case in our house. This case has no bearing. Why would Colin Albert be there? Why would Colin Albert be there? That is... Do you understand what type of a conversation you would have to have with a kid to say, hey, come on over, we're all going to have dinner? Sorry, Chick-fil-A is more important, guys. Oh, yep. You would have to sit down with Colin Albert in a room and have dinner and have all your people there and say, Colin, we're all going to go to the closing arguments and you're going to come with us. What? Why am I coming? Like, think about this. This is what your plan. Like, hey, do you have any plans? You're going to come with us. And like, adults sitting down and saying and explaining to this mental midget, Colin Albert is no pots up here. Okay. And I love athletes, but that kid is dumb as rocks. Dumb as rocks.
That's a coach. Jen McCabe would say, as a coach, we need to go and show solidarity. That was our friend. You need to go and show. I mean, it would totally happen. Jen McCabe was all about appearances with her weird grin all the time.
So you put him in a room. Listen to this. Or you're having dinner with him with your family to explain to him why he's going to get dressed in a polo shirt and khaki pants and go to the courthouse where I don't care about this case. Why am I going? Like what does this? You're gonna have to explain to this kid, and he's gonna be like, "Yeah, I think that's a great idea." No, he was told to be there. You think Colin Albert picked up the phone and called Jen McCabe up and said, "Hey, are you guys going to go to the closing arguments? I want to go. Do you think that you could pick me up before you go? What time should I be ready? Are we getting an Uber because it's going to be so much traffic down there? Do we need to have some security? Do we need some guys from D&E Pizza to bring us there, drop us off?" Like, I really want to go to the closing. Do you think that you can call Paul O'Keefe and see if we could sit with the family? Get out of here. Everybody is a pawn. Everybody serves a purpose. So who on the jury has kids that know Colin Albert? Who's he dating? Why was Colin Albert there? Again, go back to jury selection questions. Deja Vu says, let's hear them.
Hi, Deja Vu.
Good to see you in here, love.
Well, you know what's really interesting is when we're watching the Canton town meetings and you see how much power they have, even with amazing like Rita and how she speaks, how amazing she is, and what a powerhouse she is. They still get their way. So this is what's disgusting me and why I'm so upset. This corruption is deep, in my opinion, and I don't know how it's going to get solved. I feel for the people out there.
Here's some of the questions that the jury faced from voir dire. This is the child day voir dire. So this is what I'm reading from. This is their questionnaire before they got questioned. So, have you ever been involved in a group or organization, participated in a march, demonstration, campaign, or donated money on behalf of an organization or cause that was against driving under the influence of alcohol, such as SAD, which is Students Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving? What's your guys' answers in there? Have you guys ever been part of that? How about have you or has anyone close to you been involved in a witnessed a motor vehicle crash? Well, Chris Albert would have to say, yes, I had a hit and run and I killed a man.
And so would
Paul O'Keefe. So would Paul O'Keefe.
Then they could bring Chief Rafferty in.
Chief Rafferty would have to say yes, that she just whacked somebody. Next question is, have you ever been a victim of a violent crime? Have you or any family members or close friends been involved in a domestic violence relationship that featured physical, mental, and or verbal abuse? Carrie Roberts would have to say yes. My husband beats the shit out of me all the time. Karen Reed raised bond for Paul O'Keefe in 2020. Yep. Oh, it's here. Thank you. Let's see. Do you believe Karen Reed should prove her innocence is a question. You may find a defendant guilty based on circumstantial evidence, but you cannot find a defendant guilty based on speculation, guesswork, or surmise. Is it difficult for you to understand the differences between circumstantial evidence, speculation, guesswork, and surmise?
Because there has been sufficient.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail.
Your Honor, this simply hasn't been sufficient time yet.
And what does the defense say?
We believe that there has been sufficient.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail. Mr. Lally, I will hear you.
Your Honor, the jury received this case just earlier this week. They've had slightly shortened days, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that they haven't conducted their due diligence in regard to their deliberative process, but I would submit that it is far, far, far too early in their deliberative process to even consider giving them any kind of Tui Rodriguez
jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by the foreperson. So I want to hear from counsel your view on whether there has been due and thorough deliberation. So let's start with the Commonwealth.
My answer would be no, Your Honor. This simply hasn't been sufficient time yet.
And what does the defense say?
We believe that there has been sufficient.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail. Mr. Lally, I will hear you.
Your Honor, the jury received this case just earlier this week. They've had slightly shortened days, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that they haven't conducted their due diligence in regard to their deliberative process, but I would submit that it is far, far, far too early in their deliberative process to even consider giving them any kind of Tui Rodriguez instruction or anything close to that. Furthermore, what the note doesn't really indicate affirmatively that they can't come to a conclusion. It just says that they haven't come to a conclusion through their deliberative process at this time. They're not even asking for one, is what I would say.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gianetti, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I would disagree with Mr. Lowry's characterization of the note. The word exhaustive is the word I think that's operative here. They're communicating to the court that they've exhausted all manner of compromise, all manner of persuasion, and they're at an impasse. This is a case where the jury has the legal instructions. They've only really asked one question, which was to try to get a report that they were not allowed to get. And I think the message has been received that the evidence is closed. They won't get anything more. They've been working essentially nonstop over the last 3-4 days. We're approaching the weekend. They didn't come back with this at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. They're at 12 o'clock and they have nowhere to turn. So our position is the jury should be read the Tui Rodriguez model instruction and go from there.
Okay. All right, so you all know that it is within my discretion, I decide. So a case that has been, it's a long case. This is our 4th day of deliberations, but Tuesday was a short afternoon, maybe 2.5 hours. Wednesday, they left early because of an appointment. Yesterday was also shortened a little bit, and this note arrived with less than 3 hours of deliberations today. So the length of the trial, the length of the deliberations, I know the case we heard from 74 witnesses. There are 657 exhibits, very complex issues in this case. I'm not prepared to find that there have been due and thorough deliberations at this point. So I am going to send them back out. We'll bring them in and we'll do that now.
Ooh, the camera just moved. Look at it, it's moving. What's going on? See that? So a couple things I want to say about this is that this is going to be a hung jury. This is going to be a hung jury, and it's par for the course. It's par for that area, and that tells me that somebody came in with without the United States motto, which is innocent until proven guilty, and which is par for the United States of America right now, because it is so damn embarrassing that you feel that you have to prove your innocence in the United States of America. No, you do not. They have to prove your guilt beyond any reasonable doubt. And I'm so sick and tired of America being soft. Like, everybody gets a fucking trophy. It's just wild. Poor parenting. I blame parents. Don't fucking have kids. Use a condom. Tie your tubes. Cut your dick off. I can promise you this gets tried again. Henry be found innocent. Why would this take place in Norfolk County? If this takes place in any other county, how does Karen Reed come back as a guilt? Like, get out of here. So. Man, I could have said it better myself. Yep. Cut off your dick. I'm just kidding. It was a joke, guys. It was a joke. Oh God. This has now become funny. So I'm laughing right. I'm smirking right with you, Paul. Like, why would this take place in Norfolk County? Norfolk County is biased. Way too many ties across the line. You know how many people were involved in this case? Way too many people knowing people, okay? Just like the case itself, like Proctor coming in and doing favors. But if you look at the case, go with the Canton Police Department. Canton Police Department have accused themselves. These are just wild. You guys see how they act, right? How they act outside. They all make fun of each other for what they wear. They all act like little kids because they still are mentally little kids. It's wild. That town needs to grow up. I thought about going there. I thought about getting on a plane and going there. I'm not giving them a damn dollar. I'd rather donate to Karen Reed's Defense Fund than spend a damn dollar at any hotel or establishment that's gonna stimulate that economy over there. They can keep on doing things the way they were doing. They can stimulate themselves. But this is embarrassing. And I'm not embarrassed. I don't live in Norfolk County. I feel bad for the amazing people that are from that town though. But get up and get your ass over there and start voting, or nothing's gonna change. Tom says Norfolk County is Boston's top bedroom community, and it shows. Bev. Tracy says at this point, for her to be, it'd have to be tried somewhere else. I cannot wait. I'm so excited to hear what these juries say, man. Like, these jurors are gonna, like, I'm telling you, there's gonna be like about 5 to 8 Lucky Lockrins that are just gonna, like, you know, it's gonna be great. Atlanta, what is your over under when jury comes back in? As far as you think they're gonna pull the jury? Oh, I think there's only one holdout. Let me just put you this way. I'll be completely on the floor shocked if it's 2. Like this is not some like, oh, we're split 6-6, we're like 8-4, we're 7-5. No, this is literally no more than 2 people. Just like every single poll out there that has it is 90% innocent, 80% innocent. You know how those jurors cannot possibly flip upside down what the numbers are out here. You know what I'm trying to say? Like I'm a numbers person. Stats tell me that. Okay, numbers don't lie, and liars always figure. What's that saying? It's so. This is not. This is a 11-1, 10-2 max, and those people that are these 1 or 2, that's who I want to interview. And I'll play them and say, oh my God, I think it's so great that you just stood up and just said no. Now I want to know what evidence convicted you of her guilt. I want to hear it. I want those people to tell me what they think is so, like, what evidence that I saw every single minute of this trial. Every single minute. I saw every single minute that juror saw. Every single minute. I didn't miss a minute of this case. Not a single second. Like, seriously, not a single second of this case did I miss. Not a single one. I want to sit back and I want you to tell me how you're going to come out and tell America how fucking stupid you are. Because I'm going to be there for it. I'm going to sit there with my popcorn and let you tell America how fucking stupid you are. How ignorant you are. This is ignorance. Ignorance. Do you know what the law is? And I just hope to God that nothing ever happens to you or any one of your family members where you need the law to work for you. Tell the world how biased you are. Go get on Megyn Kelly. Go get on News Nation and go tell them your little fucking, oh, I live in a snowflake world over here, and I can, oh my God, she was calling them every name in the book. She totally did it.
And the reason that nobody saw John is because John didn't die right away. He was walking for a little bit and he was just so disoriented. And then he finally succumbed to the ground at like 4 a.m. And just he laid on his phone with his back and started making, snow angels. No one saw John on that lawn. Sick. 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 You are sick. These people are so sick. Can you imagine 850 people in here right now? Imagine you have to be in a room with somebody that like that. I have nothing to say to this person. Peace. Like, where are their cell phones when they're in that room? Can you imagine the words that are going back and forth in that room? They're fighting. There's fighting going on. I'm telling you, there's fighting going on. They're fighting in that room. What if 10 thinks she's guilty and 1 thinks she is innocent? Not possible. That defies the statistics. You guys, the jury was pretty clear, right? When they said, we've exhausted all, they used the words exhausted. So what do you think they're in there doing right now? What do you think they're in there doing? If you've exhausted, like, think about, I'm not talking to that person. The foreman has totally lost control of that room, right? And then what? Well, what are we supposed to do? Write her again and say, no, I don't think you understand. Like, people are swearing and cussing, and it has gotten now political. And probably people are calling each other, oh, are you a Democrat? Or are you a Republican? I bet you fucking like Trump, or I bet you like Biden. Just think about it. This has went personal. There was a bombshell that went off, and somebody said, let's go, like, where's the CERT report? The CERT report was to tell this idiot that this was all planted. No, it wasn't. They found it before. No, look at the reports, look at the dates on them, look at the times on them. Wild. Wild. We'll be right back.
United States today. Voluntary for the peace. We are a country that are with truth. We need to bring truth back and make it cool again. Yeah, we can make people just make up stuff, take horses and take it. Karen Reed did not say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Karen Reed dropped him. And Jen McCabe said he never went in. Stop the corruption. Karen Reed on that information, Karen Reed said, could I have been there? Could I have been there? Okay, that's what she said. But what does the photo do? And she said, I hit him, and she did not say that. That is not what she said. We have seen the Commonwealth be the one to stop. Let's go read it. The Commonwealth.
I'm just, I've already been head of the game.
Notable scientific approach. Jesus, I don't know what. They're literally like that. Projection. It's called projection. I know because I'm the one. I received one of the 4 letters that these people sent to me in order to silence me. And what did that letter do? It silenced 50% of the people that got that letter. It silenced them. They were 50% effective, but they were not effective with my self-attack. We will not be silenced. We will not succumb to tyranny. We will not do it. Everybody in this country who thinks this case was going to get backed up.
Yeah, they're all right. Yeah, I know I did.
No, you didn't.
I did answer you.
You did?
I did.
When?
Text. Yeah, I thought I answered you. I'll be right back. I need to go find something. Where's it? No.
I'm waiting for you to walk by.
You're the best. You know. Thank you.
I couldn't find you
on Twitter. So much you are.
Obviously. You okay?
Yeah. Okay, guy. I gotcha. I'm not dealing with the fucking restraining order. Quote. We all went this way. We got nothing. Right? Where they are they? Where are they?
Family, baby, let's go.
Parker should have thought of his family. Tell Parker he should have thought of his family.
Going to get it.
And I realized I was misled. I don't know what lives on everything. And he was to get her out. You know what? The FBI investigation caused reasonable doubt. That should have never happened. How do you feel about the home done today? I'm glad it's just not you.
All right, guys, we have our first Karen Reed haters are showing up.
We're right now
They are
live.
live on set. They are there. They have
On
their
set.
I say on set. Yep. They are all in black signs to go against the pink signs. Karen Reed is guilty. This is about Officer John O'Keefe. Here you go. Take a look.
And you can say with confidence.
Let's go with books and play.
Thank you.
I think
Their 5 minutes.
that I could tell. Saw that. They know shit. Sorry.
Girlfriends.
Family has been harassed. I was leaving yesterday. Even went down there to harass the O'Keefe family. How do you expect? The man died. He's lost his wife and children. Lost 3 adults that took care of them.
People are online making fun of John's mother, saying, "Oh, she lost 2 out of 3 kids. What's wrong with her?" They are saying the most evil things.
Why did you guys come out today? This has been going on for a while. Now, why today?
Because this isn't normal to even be out here in the first place. Yeah, I'm streaming every day. I stream it every day, but it really bothers me. That's why we're here. They are harassed. Too great. We are definitely the majority win. You stand for the right thing. Even if you stand for stand for John F. An abomination. There's Netflix for recreation. Like it's fun. It's all fun. I think there's probably one holdout, but I think a hung jury is better than a not guilty. The family needs justice, and Donald Keefe needs justice. This circus isn't giving it to them. The family can't even go to a VFW and wait out a jury verdict without being harassed. That should speak volumes. They don't like it. They sure don't like it.
Aaron Reed supporters, back up. Let's go. Don't pay attention to it. Don't give any. Let's go.
I want
Only their own.
Is there one piece of evidence that really makes you think Karen did it?
I mean, there's about a million things. They haven't made her
RJ alone said she did it. She said she did it.
There's missing every piece of village.
And he made statements that she did it. There is RJ indicates that she went 24 miles an hour and retired. Just an impact. There is taillight around both bodies. So the innocent family is hereby unacceptable. You wouldn't want it to happen to your family, would you, ma'am? Would you want it to happen to your family?
I would hope not. I would hope every single one.
What do you make of the tip off?
I think that they are deliberating on evidence. I would assume that the hang up is intent because I don't know that I'm even told that she meant to do this, but she certainly didn't. Why did you come to that? I did show the support.
To support the family who's been relentlessly mobbed and harassed. Like internet rumors and lies, and a greedy blogger who can't tell the truth if you paid him to. Nope. I'd like to comment. You know them? Lisa Bennett.
I met the I recreated myself. Man lost his life.
What do you know? I'm not going to comment on that, but I am going to comment on that. It's unacceptable for anybody to go looking to start a problem with them. They lost and this ensuing circus, they've been relentlessly harassed. Katie O'Keefe has lost 2 children, and there are lots of.
You guys, she said that they can't even go to the VFW and just like wait out the verdict because they're getting harassed. No one's harassing them. No one's harassing them. They're at the VFW club. They were surrounded by the po-po. It was a private party. Hilarious to me.
It's terrible things that people are making jokes about their losing children. You have no conscience. And you know, in the beginning, I went from thinking she was innocent to realize that she was guilty when all the evidence showed itself. So I get why some of these people believe she was innocent, but also ignore the evidence because you're so engrossed in the conspiracy theory and getting some sort of clout. That's a problem. These are critical thinking. These are common. They were aggressed. No, they were not. It's not that hard to figure out. She left him to die, whether she meant to or not. The relevant. She did.
What's her name's Bennett?
Yeah, I mean, I stream this every single day for my kids, for the family, for John, for anybody, right? Whether I've been relentlessly harassed myself on a daily basis. Messages, phone calls, DM, texts, you name it. I get it. But I
complication of a young lady. What was that about?
Your water on me, so I was just wondering why anybody would think that was okay.
but of course you get no answers, right? So I'm not going to allow people to bully and then act like, oh, well, we didn't do it. Like, that's bullying. And I'm not okay with bullying. If you have something to say, cool, you have that right. That's your First Amendment. But you just don't like anybody else's First Amendment right. And I have a problem with that. Maybe, just maybe, we should let family breathe in peace and get some of peace. Like, the witnesses have been relentlessly harassed. And Cable and Albert, they're nothing more than witnesses in a crime. Leave them alone. You might believe whatever you want to believe, and that's totally fine. But what you don't have the right to do is torture, defame, and slander people. That is not okay.
What's your name?
This? Lisa.
Lisa
Bennett. B-E-N-N-E-T.
Your first had nothing for us?
I've been streaming this the entire time, but I've had quite a while. And yesterday, when they went to do the PFW, we were out to him. That was it for me. That was enough. Like, I mean, not that it wasn't enough before, but I said, you know what? If we're gonna go out there, I'm coming to do it. Like, and I don't care how many people call me names, they do it on a daily basis. Anyway, so I'm not afraid, nor will I be bullied away from telling truth. Sorry, not sorry.
Like this for you, more of them, are you?
I will tell you that there isn't just many more of them. There's a lot of people that just don't come out here because they not willing to deal with their families being harassed relentlessly on a daily basis. But there are thousands of people who think she's guilty. Thousands, absolutely thousands of people who think she's guilty. They won't come out here because they're afraid. Well, I'm here to do it for them. Yeah, with the sign. Sign, yeah, but not the first time I've done it.
Ooh, who's afraid? What a complete lunatic.
That's a train wreck. Absolute train wreck. Train wreck.
What? Discredit us.
It's 15:01. They got the time up. It's all done. They're 15 minutes to go. That's it. They'll be gone tomorrow, and we're all done.
Just ignore them.
You
Here we
get
go, Rita.
when you ask people.
And let the trolls go away. People. And listen, while I have your attention, Lucky Loughran is a Canton hero. Lucky Loughran is an American hero. Lucky Loughran is a hero to everybody who stands for truth and justice in the free world. And Lucky Loughran, like everybody else from the town of Canton, who has spoken the truth, who has dared to go against the McAlvins, have paid a sacrifice. Freedom isn't free unless you fight for it. And Lucky Loughran, like the rest of the people in the town of Canton, have sacrificed. We have lost relationships with people we love because we chose to speak the truth and stand for an innocent woman that was framed. Our loved ones have lost relationships with people they love because we stood for truth. It ripples through the community. In the town of Canton, we have been subjected to domestic terrorism right here in the United States of America. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. We will not be terrorized anymore. No more. Where are the rest of my counties? These are bullies. These are middle school bullies. They're stuck in middle school. Enough with the bullying. We need to bring back respect, and we need to bring it back. Not battles. Thank you, Rita. Rita. Rita, I'll clear them a path. Let them go.
Off the ground. Off the ground. Off the ground. Head be off the grass. Sorry, guys. Sorry, but we get off the grass. We got the. So isn't your brother. Hey, what's up, bud? How are you?
Throw stuff at you? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that'd be nice. Have done that. Oh,
Gotta get off the grass.
Not all happy today.
No, not yet. I'm working on it. They're gonna get off the grass. That's all I'm saying. Fucking assholes. Yeah. Yeah. Her unborn child that's not even conceived yet.
Come on,
Yeah.
come on, please.
Get this. Listen to that shit. Listen to that fucking lies. Hear that? Coming from someone who's got 9 kids from 14 different fathers.
Time to go.
We want to know why. Why? That's me. I couldn't talk. That killed her boyfriend, Officer John O'Keefe. He was not a guy, a man passed out in the snow. And Jennifer McCabe knew that John O'Keefe. Oh, he was. She knew. Griselda killed a man. We have. Trusted bodies. Times it's jury. United States today. Country. We are a country that fought with truth. We need to bring truth back and make it cool again. Yeah, people just make up stuff. Take horses and take it. Karen Reed did not say, I hit him. Karen Reed tried. And Jen McCabe said he never went in.
Stop the corruption.
Karen Reed on that information, Karen Reed said, could I have been there? Could I have been there? Okay, that's what she said. But what was the photo of you?
Gretchen Voss with the train wreck. Nick, they gotta get off the grass. Church is gonna stroke out.
Right?
You can't, yeah.
The cops are on the
Right?
ground.
Yeah, you would have missed it.
Yeah, Gretchen Voss is over there protecting them.
Well,
What
she
are-
was,
yeah,
well, she
protecting
was
them.
here before they
Totally
came.
invite 'em, yeah.
She was sitting here going back and forth across
Gretchen
the
knew they were
road.
coming.
And then
Not a problem. Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
We're gonna take sports charge. The moment of silence for John.
Moment of silence.
Silence. Yeah, you would have missed it. Yeah.
How are you today? Good. 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 I missed you a lot. I know. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sure. Just I didn't set my alarm. Get up when I get out.
You need it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's been having hard time.
The Commonwealth. It's not on the it's not on Karen's defense counsel or her to prove her innocence. So I'm not sure. I was thinking that they're just going over every point, maybe one person at a time to like what's your hold up? Let's talk it through. Let's get through it, because there's been so many new sentence.
Who has made a determination at some point. Seems like it is very possible.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And I want to reiterate, like, if you guys think you're frustrated, the jurors are just as frustrated. They can't leave. They can't go talk to anybody about this. They have to be quiet. They have to go to the juror room. They don't know anybody and pretend and have a conversation and then actually get to know people. But it's a little bit, that was kind of shocking to me. I knew that you could discuss it to deliberation, but I don't know. I realized how intense that would be to not be able to speak about it with my fellow jurors of what just happened in the courtroom. And
right, because you take your own.
Of us, there was a judge in the middle, and then and then
we met each other. You reached out to me back in the Johnny Depp trial, I believe, is when you initially reached out to me.
I don't remember why. And
for identification, and we'll see.
All right, you guys, this is your show, so you lead, and I'll.
Okay, so I'm gonna lead. All right, I'll take the lead. So tell us first of all, because everybody obviously has been asking. You are not one of the alternates from the Karen Read case. You don't live in Massachusetts.
No.
Just want everybody to see that it's not the juror. Thank you. I do my homework, booze, but good job. Spreading that misinformation out there in chat. God bless America. Now, continue on, Lana, with what you were doing.
You gotta believe the Rachel.
Nick, they gotta get off the grass. Church is gonna stroke out.
Right?
Yeah.
The cops are on the grass too.
Don't man, they gotta get the go off the grass.
You're gonna absolutely lose their shit any minute.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God. God, I hope this is over today.
Isn't that something, guys? I'm gonna go this way, and we're gonna go for a walk. That's what we're gonna do. Go for a walk. Come, go. Okay, no, it's forget that. Oh, it's right. Oh, how is it? Sorry, that could have hurt, bitch.
Bad.
Wow. You want anything at the store?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. I know about being overtired. You've been there.
So anyways, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Hi.
How are you? Good. Where you from?
I'm not from anywhere in particular. I follow you. I've watched everything.
Okay. Yeah.
Karen Read. I have a cast, D12 cast that I'm doing, and I was just wondering if it's
answer a couple.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you. I've been following you even since the Canton the meeting where you were assaulted.
Oh yeah,
And then
that's going back.
Yeah.
That's going way back. Okay, so you know the whole deal.
Yeah,
then.
I have no support, so
Everything you have to watch it down.
we have water too. So we bought we didn't know how to bring it. The girl did. That's already on ice. This and then one other thing.
Thanks so much.
All right, back here at it. Here's the breakdown, guys, of the 12 jurors. One man in his 40s, one woman in her 60s, gray hair, one woman around 30, cute, one woman with brown hair in her 60s, one man bald with glasses in his 50s, looks smart, Asian guy with glasses in his 50s, looks smart, white woman around 30, glasses, man in his late 30s, blonde woman in her 40s, lady who looks like Rita, and big friendly looking guy who I felt bad for because he stood up a lot and looked uncomfortable. And number 12 is an Asian guy with bow tie. None of these people has any particular tells like the 3 eliminated jurors did. So I have no idea which one is holding this up. If I were to guess, I'd say 2, 3, or 7. 2 is the woman in her 60s, gray hair. 3 is the young woman around 30, cute. And 7 would be white woman around 30, glasses. I believe it's a woman as well. The stealth juror to me is a woman, if you ask me. Give me a second here. I'm going to be showing Alan Jackson's closing argument again.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular...
Right there, Alan Jackson, boom. You've been lied to. They were lied to. If that doesn't piss you off, inverted video. Jesus Christ, Norfolk County.
duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Read and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want. but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And low betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m.
I mean, are these people insane? Tell me one thing so far that Alan Jackson has said that is not true. It's not just the 227 Google search, guys. It was the 222 butt dials.
It was when Higgins answered and they called it a butt dial.
And it was when Brian Alberts answered and it was answered by his ass. This is insanity. Okay? That's what makes the 227 Google search that much more believable. Also, the deleted text messages from Jen McCabe on her phone at 2:23 and at 2:25. You have those calls at 2:22, these butt dials called right back. And then at 2:27, this miraculous Google search. There is so much shit. I mean, nobody could sit through this trial, sit through this closing, and not say not guilty unless you have a motive and a preconceived, you are already unbelievable.
I think that he's right that he erected a tall blue wall when he said that Proctor erected a tall blue wall when Jackson said that in his closing. And now we see that. If the rumors are true about who's on that jury, that wall is so high, and I'm so sorry to the people that live in that area. And I worry for everyone who speaks out.
In affidavits, turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight, delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage, hide personal relationships, make this case cut and dry, and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up until the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Kenton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Read was gone.
Boom. I knew all of this. Put this out in August of 2023. This is undeniable. Karen is gone. John is moving after she's gone. That means even if Karen was to hit him, that wouldn't even be his final resting spot. Because he moves 2 minutes after she hit him, because she would have to hit him by 12:30 in order to be able to get home by 12:36. Isn't that fucking crazy? How you could seriously sit in a... Okay, so wait, that means Karen didn't hit him, motherfuckers. The 12:32, the phone moving. The fuck is wrong with you people? In any other, this is what gets people that take a gun and kill people convicted of murder for life. This type of shit. And now it can't even get an innocent woman out of a jam? What the hell is going on?
She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Read's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she'd left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie, and Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers. Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me. A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up. And here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted, "Yeah, I didn't see her there." But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day, at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was no body on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge. Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found.
The side where all the.
And by 6 a.m.,
I'm sorry. Like
John's
the
body
print
was
side
in
showed you
fact
guys.
now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabe's, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turned to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears were realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You can see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrow's description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Blank, very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody.
Please sound good.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's a Boston cop, and it would be on foot, but
No.
I think he probably got a ride and passed by someone's house. I don't know, but
Yep, no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, right off the Pleasant.
He lives on Meadow, off of Pleasant. Okay, and where is the wife home? You said his girlfriend?
His girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yep.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he came home, and he has custody of his niece and nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're old enough to be home. It's just she's nervous because she never even called the niece.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so he called the area hospital, but nobody has it. I personally think someone probably picked him up and he passed out. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. What's the middle of
he didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Again, it's more, it would be done by you. She would have to, call in or come to the station and talk to us. But I mean, as of right now, it's more, he just didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes?
Yes.
Happen with him?
No. That's why. He didn't call his niece. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the area hospitals. I said I would call Canton police just to make sure he didn't get picked up. But like I said, he's a Boston police officer and knows a bunch of people. If anybody could have picked him up.
Yeah.
Freaking it out.
Okay.
Apparently they were having a blizzard party of some sort.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, now I want you guys to listen to the beginning again.
And please, good.
Hi, my name is Clary. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall, and now
Right there.
she is.
Is that her? Was that her windshield wipers? Listen to this little windshield wiper part.
And please, good.
Hi, my name is Clary. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall, and now she is
Right there.
calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's a Boston cop, and it would be on foot, but
No.
I think he probably got a ride and passed out at someone's house. I don't know, but
Yeah, but no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that.
Right there at the beginning.
at Waterfall, and
Right
now
there.
she
It goes
is-
grink, grink. It's like,
And please, good.
Hi, my name is Clary. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall,
ready?
and
Right there.
now she is calling me.
Okay, that was at 5 o'clock in the morning. What is she doing in her car already with the windshield wipers on?
We don't just show up.
She said that phone call was at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. She's supposed to be sleeping in her bed. Okay, so you're already in your car at 5 a.m. with the windshield wiper on. Karen called her for
Red card.
yeah. Let me see. One more time. Here.
And please, good.
Hi, Hi, my name is Clary. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. They were at Waterfall. And now
Right there. That's totally a windshield wiper. I know it is. I don't know what anybody says. There it is. Again, this was Carrie Roberts. She made the phone call into the police department. Sergeant testified to getting this call, and it was at 5 a.m. I want to hear Carrie Roberts again, so hang tight.
That you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen? That's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using a laser pointer, just direct your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that morning.
In the car, and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Ms. O'Keefe? Mr. O'Keefe, and what happened there?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at Jen's. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Ms. O'Keefe?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury, sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was, or who her sister was, or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes.
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
Correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were what roads treated at that time? What, if anything, did you observe reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come onto Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
You go downhill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to the estate if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Baseball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Watch this shit. You're gonna be able to see where John's body is.
Okay, if you could wait a minute. Mr. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around, going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Mr. Kay's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Please go ahead, if you could. Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom, and she said Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of
Any other what?
following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is, Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off of Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, right?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. Cave doing? Then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, have you seen anything as driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road? Have you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No,
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Mr. Cave is? That
the driver's side.
so she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go, sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, "Oh my God!" And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just press play on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. What's depicted in the screen is
There they are right there. He's right there. Like, that's the flagpole.
in front of this camera angle. Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started?
Door
taking
is
the doors
open.
and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could you just press play for a moment?
Hold on. I'm gonna make it slow. See? Somebody waving right there.
Now, from this video, you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr.
Hold on.
O'Keefe.
Okay.
This camera angle, do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Essentially, where you parked your car when Miss Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over.
Yes.
Could you just press play for a moment?
See the hand go up there?
Now, from this video, you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe.
With the pointer.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, just play for about 6 and
You get what problem? You do what? You what? Huh?
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I? I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McKay make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me take it back to when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe, what's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And recall, you recognized the person in the snow as Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on the stomach, on the back, on the side?
He was on his back,
And so you're brushing snow away from his head, is that correct?
off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area. What, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had been training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR goes?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing in that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth-to-mouth and then running around, is the mouth-to-mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between, when is the running around in relation to the mouth-to-mouth?
I don't remember which was first. I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. Wasn't long, maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where'd I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Mr. Cave, and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Cave?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
Closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how is that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
Everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
This is unreal.
And, his phone was where in the...
I've broken down this case and this over and over and over and over. She is nowhere around when John O'Keefe is picked up off the ground and put onto that structure. And nowhere do you see in any photographs pictures of just the grass because it outlined his body. Unbelievable.
relation to his body, as far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically
what
his body, as far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you.
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located and found into the ambulance,
she does none of this. She does absolutely none of this. Unbelievable.
what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Mr. Cade in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands, and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I called Mrs. O'Keefe. I called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. The next question.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grabbed the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going from there?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right. So why don't we end this now for a moment? Okay.
She's fucking sick, pig. All right, guys, it's time. Shake your bell. You can ring my bell.
It came in the mail.
Ring my. What came in the mail?
Like,
$1 million?
Yeah.
Yay! If you guys want to be on the Through the Transparency show, you guys can hit the link here. Ring your bell. Wake on up. Go get some sun on your face.
Any news?
There has been no news except for Carrie Roberts is a damn lie. Carrie is a damn liar. Carrie Roberts is a damn lie. Okay, let's see what's going on outside.
Ever since then, the harassment towards the O'Keefe family has increased tenfold. It needs to stop.
Alan, how are you feeling this morning?
Great. This is the day you're going to get a verdict?
Karen, how are you feeling this morning?
Karen, what will you do if you're found guilty?
Really, it looks like we're all going to need like 10 for ladder.
Anyone in lockup right now?
Mainstream media has just done whatever they wanted. Everyone has respected this whole get off the stairs thing, and then there's unreal. We did margaritas. What are those?
How are you doing today? How are we feeling? Do you think there's gonna be a verdict?
What a bunch of morons.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Freedom Friday! We could have get the truck, seats for her.
I can see the guests coming in.
That's pretty fun. I got today.
LTL's fine. Here, everybody.
There's one with a limp.
Alexis, hello, Sean. All right, Jerry has a question. Head her back into the courthouse now.
Karen, what do you say to your supporters? Says thank you.
How you feeling, Mr. Mr.
Good. How do you feel about the support your daughters get? Overwhelming, gratifying. Good.
None of this shit was up when I was there. Like those, like, that wasn't like that last week.
Let's go! That's it!
You guys have been peaceful.
To support the family who's been relentlessly mobbed and harassed. Like spreading out rumors and lies and a greedy blogger who can't tell the truth if you paid it. No problem. I like the comment. You know, my message is this man lost his life. What do you know about your comments on that?
I think that they're garbage. I think that they are misled garbage that are actively out to hurt innocent families, including the victims.
What do you think of the jury saying they're unable to reach a verdict?
I think that they have an 8-week case that they have to go through and that a lengthy deliberation is appropriate given all the evidence that happened. Have faith that the end of criminally accountable for crime to function.
Do you believe that Karen Reed did it? Again,
my name is Kate Peters.
You know, in the beginning, I went from thinking she was innocent to realizing showed itself. So I guess I have been very supportive of the families and And what happened when you mentioned him?
They were aggressive. You know, they were not welcoming and receptive, but I have First Amendment rights
to die, whether she meant to or not. Will you be sticking around for the duration of the trial?
Once I don't get in this fight, yeah. So far,
You violent fuck.
We've been here all along. Yeah, I mean,
You've been here? No, you haven't.
Somebody else.
I was there the whole time. You guys haven't been
Or
here.
anybody.
I'm a dog night, mother.
Messages, phone calls, PMs, text.
Yeah, it's garbage, honestly. Look at the way that they have.
What are some of the things that have happened since you've been out here?
I'm sorry?
What are some of the things that have been happening?
Nothing major. These people are all cowards. They're not going to do anything. Do you feel good covering the trial in this capacity? Do you feel good that all the news outlets are spreading this conspiracy theory? I'm reporting
I know
too.
it's a fair question to ask me, but I'm kind of biased in the whole situation just because capturing as best as I can, just like, try and help anybody who has anything to say about it. That's why I'm here, just to get both sides of the story. I'm actually happy to see somebody else come out and have something to say.
Did you know Jonathan? Do you know your family? No. Okay. What brought you out so passionately if you don't know?
I've just been following this for a long time. And I'm close with, a lot of people following it. So.
And what did you, what happened when you guys arrived today?
She's like, no, I banged Julia.
And marched through the support.
We got surrounded and we got yelled at. Somebody threw water on somebody. This is what happens when you support it. This is why people don't come out here, because they'll dox you, they'll put your name, they'll try to get you fired. It's just insanity. It's not how you handle yourself. It's not how you handle a murder case. Think of the family.
Will you be sticking around?
Yes.
And what's your name?
I'm hoping they can figure it out. It's better than not guilty.
And your name?
Julie.
Julie
You
Lester.
can tell. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd rather not.
Okay, you just
Really
There's a lot of
yesterday we were so disgusted.
over here. The family yesterday was an abomination. It's disgusting.
Abomination.
You're talking about disgusting. They went down to the VFW, harassed the family. Like, let them breathe.
And we have never even done the
What is
VFW
based
of
on
harassing the
no
family.
normal, sane media outlet would ever
The VFW
touch
is
this
open to the
conspiracy
public.
theory with a 10-foot pole. This is it. This is a conspiracy
you're a
theory
member.
that they launched. There's no evidence. There is no evidence of any conspiracy theory whatsoever.
Are you kidding? Look, I mean,
These people are animals, and this is why we have not been down here until today. Because look at this. Here they are.
Accusing Peggy O'Keefe of killing her son.
It is absurd. It is disgusting, and it needs to stop. All of these people should be ashamed of themselves. Disgusting.
Julie's like,
They're treating this like a recreational activity, like a cookout, like a sporting event.
And it's not.
It is a sporting event.
It's a murder trial
It's a
of a
sporting
good
event.
man.
And this is all Karen. And all of this is her doing.
They have glamorized Karen Reed. They have made this a sensationalized story that is disgusting.
It's a
She
simple
murdered
hit
him.
and run.
She could have saved his life that morning. She could have saved him, and she chose not to. She chose to save herself.
They're out there with pom-poms. It's just so disrespectful.
Oh my
On so
God.
many levels.
Oh my
John's
God.
family has endured enough during this trial. And this past week, Turtle Boy blew his dog whistle, telling everyone that they need to hate Paul and Peggy O'Keefe because they believe the witnesses in this case. Ever since then, the harassment towards the O'Keefe family has increased tenfold. It needs to stop.
He literally sent out the order to his call to his mob, and then they just do whatever he says. It is sick. And Karen hired him to do all of this.
Oh my God.
You guys should be looking into this in the FBI investigation. Shame on everybody who acted like you didn't know what the vehicle data said. You are supporting the defense. Some of these
The
channels.
vehicle data, bitch.
Shame on everybody
Well,
who
give me
didn't
a room
report
with you.
the
I want to
harassment of
make a
innocent
fuck.
witnesses in this case.
And that's why we're here. Because there was this,
You know
oh,
the-
they don't even show
you know
up.
the vehicle-
Can't talk about it.
nobody
They
knows
don't want
the
to talk
vehicle
about it
because
because
there's no
when
date.
they're on the news, they get harassed even more.
God, what a dude, you are the reason we can't have nice things. You are the reason my kid isn't one.
Do you know what the Kansas police have done to me?
You guys, you know what's crazy? Let's make sure we get this straight, okay? The people that are supporting Karen Reed are supporting Karen Reed. They're not on the side saying F John O'Keefe or F the family or anything like that. They are literally supporting Karen Reed. So if you want to come out there and support whoever it is that you want to support, you support them. You don't go out there and hate on the other person. That's not support. Okay? That's just a hater. All right?
Why are they being silent?
Officer John O'Keefe. He deserves the truth. You know, I'm reminded. John O'Keefe, we are here for him. Okay? This is a travesty of justice. Ignore that's a troll ignore them. We are here. Freedom! 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 Man passed out in the snow. know he was. Now you see now.
Tell them the guy never came out.
So we have
Tell them the guy never came out.
Tell them the guy never
Woman
came
of
in
God,
the house.
never came out.
The guy never came in the house. She Google searched 227. How long to die in court? How much evidence do you need? How much?
You
It's time. It's time. So if this jury cannot come back with a verdict of not guilty and is hung, because they never will come back with a guilty verdict. Never.
No, they're looking for evidence that isn't there.
There's no evidence. They can say it a million times. It doesn't make it true. That's brainwashing. That's gaslighting. This country, this case represents what's going on in the United States.
Yes,
today.
it does, Rita. I love her.
We are a country. We are a country at war with truth. We need to bring truth back and make it cool again. We people just make up stuff, take portions of statement, and bring charges against somebody. Karen Reed did not say, I hit him. Karen Reed dropped him off at that house. And Jen McCabe said he never
Rita, we
went
just want to
in.
tell you that we love you.
Karen Reed on that.
Oh my God, girl, we love you.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. I so much appreciate it.
You need some voice medicine. What can we send you?
Oh, no.
You have Cash App?
I'm drinking water.
You got Cash App?
The trolls came and they were trying to infiltrate us.
I know.
That's what happened.
I couldn't believe it.
They're just, and so we were trying to get the people away. And I was yelling to the crowds to get the people away because I had to go yell loud so people could hear me. And then the reporter started asking me questions, and I just let it go.
Yeah.
Just let it
Well,
go.
we're over here. We're supporting the shit out of you. And I just want you to know we all love you. TNT's behind you. Anything and everything you need, girl, we love you. Whatever we can do. Okay?
Thank you so much. And I should have the shirts next week. So
Oh, yeah. Tell her take her time. We're in no rush whatsoever. And we just love you guys.
Thank you so much.
Go rock it, baby girl. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Rita's the shit. Love her.
And that information, Karen
I would
Reed
ride
said, could I have hit him?
Did I?
Could I have hit him? Okay, that's what she said. But what does this Commonwealth do? They leave out the first part of the sentence. And she said, I hit him, She did not say that. That is not what she said. We have seen a complete role reversal in this case. We have seen the Commonwealth be the one to gaslight. We have seen the Commonwealth gaslight. And we have seen the defense present unrefutable scientific evidence to prove she was not the one who killed John O'Keefe.
We have permission. You spoke a lot about harassing the family. What's your response to that?
You know, I'm very glad you asked. It's called projection. It's called projection. How do I know? Because I'm the one. I received one of the 4 threatening letters that these people sent to me in order to silence me. And what did that letter do? It silenced 2 people. 50% of the people that got that letter, it silenced them. They were 50% effective, but they were not effective with myself and Kathleen Howley. We will not be silenced. We will not succumb to tyranny. We will not do it. Okay, listen, everybody in this country who thinks this case does not impact them, you need to think again. It most certainly does. I spent 40 years in the private sector, and this case impacts everybody. When I was in the private sector and I was in leadership, government ran, and that was okay with me. And I did my best to be informed of the issues, to be informed of the candidates, and I could have done better. And this is what you get when you don't pay attention. The George Santos of the world are what you get when you don't pay attention. You don't need to get into politics. All you need to do is hold them accountable. Show up at the meetings like we show up at the select board meetings. Show up, ask questions, hold them accountable. And then, if they are not doing the job, get them out. Get them out.
Vote him out of office. Everybody around this country, around the world, pay attention to what's going on in your communities. Because if you don't, the bad will take over. And the bad takes over when the good remains silent. And you have heroes here that are speaking for truth at tremendous sacrifice. We need to stand for truth, because if not, we will become the next Russia. And we don't want that. We need to stand for truth, and we need it now. We want truth and justice. And people are bringing out their children, all different ages, to show them this moment in time, to show their children how to advocate for justice, to how to advocate for a cause. I have never been political. I have never been an activist. This case pushed me off the sofa and into the case, because I could not sit there and let an innocent woman be framed. An innocent woman. And Nick and Jenna Rocco are the ones who did phenomenal fundraising. And this kid gotta do it. Absolutely. No pain, no gain. Yeah, my hope is that the loved ones I've lost relationships with, my family, and everybody else in kin who has lost relationships because of our speaking up, my hope is that one day we can bring those relationships back. But make no mistake, it's domestic terrorism and it needs to stop.
There you go, Rita.
I have with me right here the one and only Nick Ross. And he has done a phenomenal job. He's a hairdresser. And he had no clue on how to fundraise. And he pulled it all together.
One thing that does need to be said is not one person here has ever forgotten about John O'Keefe. Okay, and that needs to be said, and you guys need to hear that, because not one person here has forgotten about John. You cannot get justice for John O'Keefe by prosecuting Karen Read. It just can't happen. You can't have both things. We are all here for Karen Read. We are all here for John O'Keefe, and justice for John is the main goal. You need to exonerate Karen Read so John can get justice. Amen. And at this moment, we're going to take a moment of silence for John.
Let's take a moment of silence for John.
Moment of silence.
Silence.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Let's go back to the mission.
What they say, do not engage. Hey, losers. Karen Read said she hit John O'Keefe, and I believe her. I believe her. I believe Karen. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. Carrie and John, I hit him. 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 Roger saw it, and that's why he said those things, because he's not here when she did it.
Hilarious.
It's no dog DNA. And then no dog DNA.
All right, thank you so much. What's the phone number?
Oh my God, they all have to be divorced.
You're not a very good mother. You're not a good mother.
Your audience is there.
No,
I'm not.
just today. You're not here. You're not here. Oh, no, not. Do I need to tell you like my name and shit or? Before, but I'm talking about today. Today, yeah. That's okay.
Rolling? All right. Can you tell us why you're here today?
Sure. I'm here today to stand up for the O'Keefe family, the McCabe family, the Albert family, and the Roberts family. They have become victims in this terrible game that Karen Reed is playing. We have followed the evidence. We followed the case. No, all roads lead to Karen Reed being criminally responsible for his death and no one else. Yesterday, the Free Karen Reed supporters went down to where the victim's family was waiting for a verdict, and they mobbed them to the point to where the police had to be called. This is unacceptable. We stand for John O'Keefe. We stand for the families in this, and Karen Reed needs to take accountability for her actions.
What's the vibe like out here today?
It's hostile. I am one of the people, one of the few who will stand up to this mob. There are many others like me that understand the evidence in this case and understand that she is in fact factually responsible for John O'Keefe's death, but they have been intimidated into silence. I refuse to be intimidated into silence. I stand for the victim and I stand for his family.
How do you feel about the 4 days of deliberation?
I think that they had an 8-week case, and I think that they have a lot of evidence that they need to go through, and they owe this criminal defendant, just like every criminal defendant, the right to a diligent deliberation where they go over all the facts and evidence and reach the verdict that everybody can agree on that follows the evidence. So I think that this could go on for a few more days, and that's okay. I feel for the family. I'm sure they're waiting in agony, but they want justice for their son, and so do I.
Oh my
How
God.
do you feel like the police handled some of the evidence?
I think that we're dealing with a sort of an unusual situation. There was a snowstorm. It was a hit and run that was very unclear at first. It was in an affluent neighborhood. Karen Reed herself is an affluent white woman. And I think they were a little bit ill-equipped in the early hours, but they had the foresight of mind to collect evidence from the moment that they were called on scene that otherwise could have been lost. So I also stand behind law enforcement in this instance.
Excuse me?
What are you going to do if it's an innocence verdict?
It doesn't have any bearing on my life at all. The real victims in that would be the family.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I am appalled by the people who are tailgating at a murder trial right now. This is a murder trial. Someone lost their life. This is not a recreational event. And Turtle Boy is a terrible bully as well.
Does anybody else want to say anything?
Anyone else?
I think I'm sorry.
Drop some titties.
Okay.
You know.
All right. Cut.
Karen Reed and Alan Jackson hired you to work for their defense team. Richard, remember that conversation at the Halloween party? You've been there for every instance of witness intimidation, Richie. What are they paying you for? What are they paying you for? You're a coward, Richie.
My name's Richie. This hurts.
Oh my God. You guys know that Beetlejuice is coming out this fall. Oh my God. Long Crime's had enough. They gotta get back to their number one fan. Beetlejuice. Wow. You guys, there was nothing hostile about anything that was going on down there. And in fact, I will take some credit. Holly's going to take some credit. Bella's going to take some credit. We brought the whole tailgate. We brought a damn 50-inch television screen down there, put up like the tent over like the end of the tailgate, made it so that all these people could sit underneath and watch the 50-inch screen TV. Okay. But they were doing it. We just, I was like, it should be more like a tailgate. There should be food down here. They had food down there. I think that there should be a grill down there. They should be flipping burgers. They should be making gyros, they should be selling some lemonade. Spike that shit. Did you guys see that setup? Nobody could fuck with that Escalade on Dubs. We had the Bose speakers blasting, because you were trying to make it so that everybody didn't have to watch their little phones. And then we had the sidebar. We had red Solo cups. Nobody bothered us, okay? And I need to get out there and debate that woman. Nobody ever wants to debate me, man. I would love to debate Beetlejuice. But speaking of Beetlejuice is coming back to the theater. I think it's in the fall, right before Halloween. You sit through like a million previews when you go to the movies. But yeah, I'm just sitting here doing some Fireball. Holy hell. I mean, angry broads. Woo-wee. But it was Everyone was so kind. Everyone was so loving. Okay. It was nothing like what those people were talking about. There's absolutely nothing wrong with tailgating. See, that's what haters do. They try to turn something that's great and talk about it negative. Try to talk it in a negative manner. And that's what a hater does. It's exactly what I hate. That's the definition of hating. Go throw your own tailgate. Don't be jealous of our tailgate. Throw your own tailgate. Or do whatever it is that you want to do. You know? Never understood that. That's when you just, like, that's like sports. Like, if you want to win, practice. Be better than us. We're not going to put our subs in and only play half of a game. We're going to drill you by 60 because I want to play. Like, I'm not going to just play a quarter because we're up 40-0. Like, sorry. We're practicing. We're trying to win state championship over here. Want us to just play a quarter? Fuck out of here. Be better, practice, work at your games. Or maybe your parents should tell you that you're just not good. How about that? These parents wouldn't tell them that their kids are Michael fucking Jordan. Can't make a goddamn layup. But your kid, she was 2 for 17. I can't believe that she's not getting any playing time. Your daughter was shot 2 of 17 last night. I know, man. But yeah, wide open. Fucking she couldn't hit the goddamn backboard. Hey, can we do another one of those? Meow. Ow. Wow.
I have something for y'all.
I mean, just what a bunch of fucking crybabies. Yeah, 10th place. Give him a big trophy. It's our fucking problem. You know, I think Bev. I think it's interesting. Like if I'm the foreman, I'm like, okay, here. I'm telling you, we sat in that room. We can continue to sit in that room. Nothing's going to change. So what would you like us to do? Now it's not getting. Now we're getting. Like no one's talking to each other. Like so, what do you think the next question is going to be? Is we don't know sign language. How about that? Do you have an interpreter? Because we don't know sign language. No one's talking to each other in there. They are going in. Oh, what's that? Condoms? How dare you? You and all these creators say this woman is. What? I don't know what that means. How dare you and all these creators say this woman is.
Read the rest. Read the rest. I can't hear it. Smell.
I don't even know what that means.
Okay, smell it. Don't put it on your nose. You're gonna smell it forever.
No idea. All these people taking people to court.
Oh my God.
Who takes people to court? Try to fuck with my life, I take you to court. Sip smiling away. Slip slide. Oh, slip slide in. Name that song. Slip slide in. We'll do a little lyric check. Slip slide in.
Look what this one's called.
Book Loft. Bella just bought like 50 candles. I don't even know.
I'm a candle.
What should I do with your time?
What do you mean? What I do with my time? I'm the candle. Your house smells good for me.
They're coming in after a long day. God, you guys are gonna make me go to damn down again. I can't believe this. You ready to leave on Sunday? Want to go back? Want to go back to hell? Here we come. Coming to get them. This is crazy. It's up. Was Beetlejuice brought into the court a couple weeks ago? Not sure, but it's Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice is the name of the next one, I think. To the transparency, the woman in the striped shirt has a personal vendetta against Turtle Boy. For her, it's not about Karen Reed. She took Turtle Boy to court. What a fucking loser. Took him to court for what? Lisa Bennett? Lisa Bennett. Is that her name, Lisa Bennett? You know what this reminds me of? Donna Martin graduate. Donna Martin graduate. Let's watch the Donna Martin graduate episode from Now 2-0. Donna Martin graduate. Donna Martin graduate. More cowbell. Woo-wee. Well, Judge, we are still in an impasse.
Okay, it's 3:30.
Send us all some. Well, they're seeing what's up. Can we have some more of that?
I just gave you.
What's this stuff?
There it is.
What is it? Oh, is it a regular one?
No, but they're usually like.
Lana is also more cowbell. All right. Give me your questions. I'll answer them. Do I think Karen Reed's innocent? Absolutely. Life and crime journey with Jameson. Love it. Gifted 1 membership. Agree with Bella. Also agree with this case can never be solved. Too screwed up from the get-go. 100% Holly Berry. KK, Jen McCabe said she has a personal connection with a juror member that told her we not to worry. She has her back. It was in a chat last night, says KK. I don't know. One last breath.
Did I hear someone say agree with Bella?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I knew you'd come running for that one.
No, because like you always say under your breath.
Donna and YouTube changes. I've been a Binders, Brains, and Bombs for over a year, but it's not showing up membership. I think you have membership, Donna. Donna Martin graduate.
Can someone please do my thing and come in as Bev's only fan?
Okay, Amy K says, I'm just joining in now, so it will take me a while to get caught up with exactly what's going on. Is there just one holdout hanging up the jury, or is it more than that? I believe it's one, no more than 2, but I'm all bets in. I pushed all my cards in on one juror. Sure, I'll have a couple of these. Is it possible to see if John was wearing a black? I've checked everything. You don't understand. I've broken down that film. I can't see a jacket at all. Mary P says, Bella, I'm always saying you're right, just so you know.
I love you, Mary P. I never see comments from this side. Gotta put my glasses on.
Question. Do you think the holdout is a mole was gotten to or was paid off? I think with this case, I don't want to necessarily say that I even have to be like a money exchanging of hands or anything like that. This was somebody that had a preconceived notion going into this trial because
100%.
because 100% you have this person is innocent until proven guilty. The Commonwealth didn't prove anybody guilty, let alone Karen Reed in this case. So yeah,
they only proved that she didn't take her shoes off when she went into Donaghy's house,
and it was questionably snowing. I don't even know if they proved that she didn't take her shoes off.
Yeah, I don't think they did either. That's
because
just
that's hearsay.
That's exactly as much as her saying, I hit him, which is what
Her
Lowry
TV
opened
verdict
with.
clock stopped at 2020.
What?
Not sure if that's true, but don't really give a shit. I think Court TV shit. I think I'm the shit. Fucking take it to the bank.
Do you think
Lana,
you could be my hero and get this all better?
yeah, I can probably fix that. Lana, you do some kind of poll to guess what juror.
What is that?
Juror 1 through 12, guys, pick. I fucking love you guys. This is my favorite.
Can we have Tina on just for the shits and gigs?
What the fuck? Tina was what the fuck translations?
For the shits and gigs at this point.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is Tina with what the fuck translations.
No. Do like a whole dramatic thing that you're coming on. Please. We need Tina. Come on.
I agree with the Queen of Three Kings. The McAlberts are very powerful in that town. Yes, because you stay powerful until somebody shuts you down. You know what I mean? They have to be put in their place. They haven't been put in their place yet. So
it's gonna be hard.
Listen, my family. Listen, my family. I have a pretty. I think I probably have a lot of connections in Cleveland. My family's probably really well connected as well.
Don't say it.
But we're not fucking assholes. I don't know. Like, we just got pride, man. I don't know.
We started watching I started watching The Sopranos all over again. Tony. It always makes me want to eat Italian. Elo's never seen The Sopranos, you guys.
Yeah, no.
Get out of here with that. Woke up this morning, got myself a good. All right. Come on, Tina. Come with it.
Oh boy. Yes, Atlanta, bring up the Jen speaking to a juror. Remember, I was asked about this in a chat. A lot of people were talking to the jurors in terms of like with their testimony. I just think that it's when you have big families and you have big families that marry into other big families, then that family becomes, you just know, like
Romeo and Juliet. Like,
for all we know, it could be somebody that lost the kid to drinking and driving, okay, and they're on the jury.
That's true, sure.
All right, and so they're like this bitch, you know what I mean? So I just, whatever the reason is, somebody did not go in with the mindset of innocent until proven guilty, and that tells me that they lied during voir dire, and I think that that's going to come out.
And not only that, that means they cannot be swayed even to look at things. So it's one thing to go in with a mindset. It's another thing then to see the evidence and say, listen, I cannot say guilty after seeing this evidence. The jury's coming back and saying, after exhaustive measures, they're basically at a deadlock. And that's I agree with Lally for the first time. It's so early on to say that. So that means that there's no swaying this person or these people. And that's concerning. Early.
What that tells me is that you didn't go off of the evidence, because the evidence that they have, your numbers don't lie. So you want to sit here and Proctor made up that 5:30 the car got towed. It was towed at 4:16.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. My deliberating is at, let's see, mine's at 21 hours of deliberation. Okay, 21 hours.
Why doesn't everyone tell us how long they were in labor for?
Lana, can Auntie Bev decide to sequester the jury?
At this point, what's the point?
We can look up some case law on that. Some case law. I personally think that the jurors should have never, for as much as attention outside the courthouse that it had from the jump. But I'm surprised that they weren't sequestered. Hey, we're not going to sequester you for the duration of like testimony, but once the case is going to be in yours, we're going to sequester you guys,
But hey, the guy that was on that one show who's an attorney out there, he made an erroneous comment and said they don't sequester in that area. But then I spoke to somebody, you know who you are, and they said they absolutely do. So I'm confused.
Nurse says, Jancy says, 28 hours of labor. Worth every hour of it, right, though?
Oh, yes, who said that?
Mary P says, only had to push for 35 minutes for my first and then 20 minutes for my second.
Wow, go girl.
Mary P's just shitting out her kids over here.
Stop it. But who said they had 24 hours?
A lot of people.
Well, that's amazing because we haven't hit that yet.
No.
What? We haven't hit that yet. So just imagine when you guys were in labor. No, but this jury is like, you lost me my jury.
Mm-hmm. Question. So what happens to the juror in the case if it comes out that they lied on their form and went in already knowing they were voting guilty? If Carrie was found guilty, that would be a mistrial. That would be automatic.
Well, I personally, I would rather
Automatic
have her
retry.
I personally would rather have her be guilty than a hung jury, but Yannetti has something up his sleeve and I'm all for it because I believe in their team. But unfortunately for me, what it says for a hung jury is I'm just afraid that we're never going to see the justice of what really went down if we get a hung jury. Yannetti seems to think otherwise, and I would love to know why. And I trust him, but I'd rather it be appealable.
Why are people so, like, it should be harder for you to say the words guilty than not guilty. You know what I mean? It should be hard for the jury to say guilty. Like, you're taking the life of somebody and just not guilty. It's like, you know what? I'm not taking, like, this is like, for me, it'd be harder for me to say guilty because I'm like, I have to be so sure to take the life of somebody essentially away.
But you could look at it like you could play devil's advocate with that, right?
I don't believe that this person is going to harm anybody.
Oh, in this case,
like
yes,
like they're not a. I don't believe that this person is a threat to society.
Is into recidivism.
Is like
it's
like
going
a
to do it
repeat
again.
offender. Yeah, we're not dealing with gun violence. We're not dealing with, you know.
In this case,
yeah, and everything should be case by case basis.
Well, I still don't. But if it's case by case basis, she didn't do it, and that's what sucks.
Of course she didn't do it.
They're not looking. They're not opening their eyes. Listen, when you handcuff somebody, when you handcuff the defense to an hour, okay, and then you as a judge give jury instructions for 1 hour. Oh,
here we go.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, BC, sir.
Have a note. The jury has.
All right, so I sent the note in at 3:30 like I've done each day, asking if they want to go home or continue. They indicated that they want to continue until 4:15.
Oh.
So we will continue until 4:15.
Whoa.
Madam
Whoa.
Court Reporter, thank you.
Wait a minute, you guys.
Okay. What? All right, so I'll see you at 4:15.
Wait, what?
Recess.
30 more minutes?
You are muted.
Oh, so Bev's been asking them if they want to go home. What a lunatic she is.
Well, I'm telling you, that's Bev's.
This is interesting.
Bev's
now.
only fan.
Now, let's lay it down. What you think, Anna? What you think? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Okay, because this is what I think they're going to say.
Hey
They're
there,
gonna
Karen
come
Reed,
back
trial
guns
watchers.
blazing.
You know what a lot of the trials we
No.
cover remind me? It's the
They're going to come back guns blazing with this type of thing.
Okay, tell me.
It's going to be like, listen, we're going for the gusto here. Okay. We're going for the gusto.
Okay.
But if this doesn't work, right?
Sure.
Then we're all on the same page. If this doesn't work, all right. Do you think that they would pick straws?
I don't want to know if they do. I don't want to know. I don't want to know if they do. Okay, go on.
but
Go
if
for
they-
the
but if
gusto.
They're going for the gusto. But then we tell Bev that somebody is going to have to say that they're in fear if they continue another day in that room, that there could be bodily harm.
Oh, really?
That's what I think.
I
Yes.
love when you go balls to the
You
wall.
like that? That's
yeah,
so deep.
it's hilarious.
No, it's the truth though. Like we.
Are they showing the fan or not?
No, they're showing Truth Finder. That fucking site sucks anyways.
Oh.
No wonder
I was
why
like-
it's 50 fucking % off. Piece of shit.
Whatever.
Yeah. No, thank you, but thank you. We're gonna go to 4:15. Like, where do you think that they got from noon until 4:15?
They got somewhere. Isn't that amazing?
I hope that they threatened somebody. Said, I'll break my foot off your
Girl,
nose.
we're gonna stick this curling iron up your butthole if you don't do
Yeah,
this
and
right.
I'm gonna let it open up.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you got the kind that opens?
You know what I mean?
Mmm. Sizzle. The sizzle factor on both ends.
Sizzling. We're dealing. Hey, all you TNT watchers out there, hit the thumbs up. Hit, you guys, spread the word. We're gonna have something at 4:15. Let's get all the cool kids in here. This is Tino's with the Fuck Transition Services. What the fuck is that? What are they talking about? Karen Reed trial update. Jury tries to hang itself, says Turtle Boy.
Weird choice of words, but sure.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get Tina up in here? I will not ask again.
Yeah, since you know what the fuck translation services, what the fuck is going on? I will translate what Bev just said, you guys. I'll replay it one more time so that we can break down it. You know, we just break down that letter again, just so we didn't miss. You know, we're not gonna.
I'm just happy because everything smells so freaking good.
Bev, where are you, Bev? Bev.
That one's gonna be for the room and
The heck?
From far away. Wait till I put it in and tell me what you think later. I'm doing the
Why can't I find it?
In your mom's.
What the heck is going on around here?
I'm so excited.
God bless it. There it is. Okay.
Ugh. Why did I pick this one? This is the one I'm excited about.
All right, here. This is where Bev says. Come on, Bev. It's so hard to find this little spot here where Bev speaks.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Home or
Okay.
If you can see the broken stuff.
Ready, Bev? Come on.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, BC, sir. Quick, sir.
Okay.
All right, so I sent the note in at 3:30 like I've done each day, asking if they want to go home or continue. They indicated that they want to continue until 4:15. So we will continue until 4:15. Madam Court Reporter, thank you. Okay. All right, so I'll see you at 4:15.
Okay, actually, I have a new opinion. I think they're going to come back at 4:15 and say that they want to stay until 5:30, or like we want to stay until 5.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me?
All right, let's see. What do you guys think? Let me know. What do we think?
Yeah, what do you want to do with it? Where did you put it?
So someone's going to change their mind in 15 minutes.
And what else? Water. Not working. Water. Gross.
This could tell me that they're compromising.
Well, how? I don't know. Ahead of time.
You know. I don't know.
Come and toss your clean up over there. We're going to. No, you asked me, so. Oh, you're going to.
They could be in the middle of a vote and needed time to finish as well. Mhm.
On their own. Instead of telling you to have to.
I personally don't believe that they're compromising. There's no way that if you like think about it, if you Would you compromise and send her to prison? That's absolutely not going to happen. Because guess what? You'd have to get everybody to compromise. That was like I'm a 10, all the 10 people saying not guilty. You think they're all going to compromise? And the guy's like, okay, here, no, I'll compromise. I'll go not guilty, not guilty. And what do you want to charge her with? A DUI? No, that's not even an option. You know what I'm saying?
What if it was like I was supposed to go to France in July and I'm gonna get out? Well, you're not gonna go to France because Bev wants us to go back and work on this. Whatever, I'll say whatever you want. That's like wild. I'm just surmising. I'm just theorizing. It could be anything.
I think they're playing games with Bev, say, okay, listen, we try to take it past this time. We thought we could try to get there. Listen, we can't. And Juror fucking 5 literally cut off her finger to show how in debt she was to her not guilty. So therefore, she proved it to us. This is a reasonable doubt. Why is it just a specific time? We want to go till 4:15.
30 more minutes. Give us 30 more minutes.
Maybe we've gotten somewhere with one of these people.
I hope they have.
I'm telling you, you're not changing 10 people's minds.
No.
You had a chance of changing 1 or 2.
I only think it was 1 or 2.
Huh?
I only think it was 1 or 2 that were the fence sitters.
That's what I'm trying to say. And so 10 people aren't going to be like, okay, let's all say we're all going to change our minds for this idiot who's going to hold out.
No.
I believe it's going to be a hung jury at 4:15. Because they're going to have to write and say something like, we are still at an impasse. They're not just going to be like, when 4:15 comes along to say, oh, we ran out of time today. I guess we'll be back here on Monday. You know what I mean? What this tells me is that they're talking. Okay? This tells me that they're not just sitting there staring at the wall. Again, unless they're lying. They're trying to talk into this person, 1 or 2 people that are these guilty goers. Somebody is trying to use their business sales Tina pitch. So you can't charge anybody with a DUI. Only the police can. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like there's no compromising. Oh, here we'll go with a lesser charge. That's not happening. You guys, she's on the Wi-Fi app. I just appeasing Bev. We gave it all we have and we are hung. And then she could say, well, why don't you guys go home and think about it over the weekend and we'll still have you back here on Monday. If you can't come to a decision on Monday, then it's over. But for me personally, I wouldn't let those motherfuckers go. Over the weekend. What's it going to change on Monday? I can see if you're going through stuff because you have to get through this. And that's what they would have to say. They would have to say that they, if they're truly in there going through stuff.
Why don't you play the part again of the actual real note? Because that's what I kind of was really tripping out on the fact that they told Bev after exhaustively and also looking through the evidence exhaustively. Like, you guys have already looked through the evidence exhaustively? Wow. Okay. It's interesting. So do you really think they have exhaustively looked at the evidence?
I would love a retrial. I knew our time together wasn't going to end like this, guys. I knew you guys wanted to hang out with me every single day of your lives. These are the days of our lives. You guys, it's 3:55, so there's someone just staring at the wall. I wish I knew some facts on this. What cases has ever come back where the jury said, we just need a little bit more time? Can we have until, can we have another 45 minutes?
30.
No, because technically she sent them in the letter at 3:30. Then they asked until 4:15 because normally it would be till 4.
Well, it took them a minute to write it.
No, it just takes Bev a minute to gather everybody. So I'm going to do a little Google search. Has there ever been has a jury ever asked for more time?
After a deadlock, is that what you want to say?
Because jury verdicts must be unanimous in criminal cases in most jurisdictions, it is not uncommon for deliberations to stall or reach an impasse. If a jury sends a note saying they are deadlocked, the judge can give them an instruction urging them to try harder to reach an agreement. Remember, there was no instruction. She just said, gotta go back, right? The judge may direct them to deliberate further, usually no more than once or twice. Do they have their phones in there? Are they allowed to Google this stuff? Again, this is what Yannetti wanted them to read was this. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal way for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be obtained or expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must of course be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely that I am adapting to your conclusion or another juror's conclusion. Still, in order to bring 6 minds to unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. They say 6 like that because they're speaking of it if it was in terms of like a deadlock, if it was like 6 versus 6. That's not what I think that we were dealing with, okay? We're dealing with a 10-2, a 11-1, a 9 to possibly 3, but I'm all in with 10-2. There's like 2 people max, and I'm going off of the data that's out there with how people that actually physically watched this trial voted in the people's polls. I think everybody in here would probably say, if I put a poll up, that it would come back as 99%, not guilty. So in order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on one side or the other. In this criminal case, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to establish every part of it, every essential element. And see, that's what, if they're truly reading these jury instructions and saying, it's a prong. Okay, if you think that they got that part, then you go on to this part. Oh, they didn't make that out automatically. Okay, so in this criminal case, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to establish every part of it, every essential element beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left in doubt as to any essential element, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt, and you must acquit and must be acquitted. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who are for acquittal should consider whether a doubt in their own mind is a reasonable one. If it makes no impression on the minds of other jurors who are equally honest, equally intelligent, and who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, with an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. And then on the other hand, those jurors who are for conviction ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or adequacy of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors. This is what Yannetti wanted read, and she failed. She should have read that to the jury. If she reads that, again, this is a discretionary thing, right? If she would have read that, I think we'd actually have ourselves a verdict right now, and it would be not guilty. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please consider doing that. Also, please consider subscribing to the channel. It is free to be a subscriber. What that means is that when I go live or I have things scheduled, it'll pop up through your feed. You can also see when I make community posts. Even if you're not a member, you can still see community posts. The majority of my stuff is free of charge. You just have to come on over here and indulge. 90%. Beth has managed to disrespect the jurors. Disgusting. This is the best channel. You get knowledge and lots of laughs. I know we really work on those tummy muscles, guys. Your abs. Thanks, Dave Anderson. 12 more minutes. 12 more minutes. I don't think the words the reasonable doubt have been talked about enough. I think Bev's mumbo jumbo, these are your jury instructions, are a bunch of fucking bullshit, and was reading out about these stupid charges because it was like this lesser than. Listen, reasonable doubt, proving the case, the burden relies here. It's complete crap. Let's see what we got over here. Let me clean up my area for the weekend. God, what the heck? Oh, shit. All things. These are all the police reports. Can we get that CERT report? No, you can't because there is no CERT report. Tully, go suck my Tully ass. You guys, if they have everything listed, like here's Jen McCabe's, like here's her call log. Here's to show all her deletions. I mean, come on. Ridiculous. Here's voir dire, all these questions that we asked ourselves. You think anybody's going over that with anybody here? This is an oath that we took. Did you lie? Okay, let's go through our voir dire. Who's the liars in here? Throw some of that back at their faces. 12:36. She is home at 12:36. She couldn't have hit him at the time that any of you people speak of. That's what's going to save the day. That's what should save the day. Okay. Nobody saw a body on the lawn. You guys understand this? Conclusion. There were 2 searches of interest that took place on the iOS device examined. A Google search for "House Long to Die" took place approximately 6:23, and another search. These searches were non-private searches. There is no indication that they were deleted. That was a really vague conclusion. Shove that up your butt. What do we got? What do we got? What's going on? Just out. The jurors were listening to "Try That in a Small Town." Bella doesn't think a guilty verdict is better than a hung jury. Please, please, please have a verdict. We'll see. Is there a verdict in? Do we have a verdict? Do we have a verdict? Let's see. Oh God. This John DePietro show is a Karen Reed trial update. He's a complete whack. Look at this guy.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Let's listen to this fool.
You can see well. A little bit better this way. All right, Karen Reed trial update. Now, it is Friday. You get a better shot. This is fine. We're right across the street from the courthouse. I will say, and I noticed that the jury definitely, to me, they seemed more business-like coming in and out of the courthouse, the courtroom. Excuse me, the courtroom. Now again, they weren't there because they come in and read defenses there, and then obviously the prosecutor, ADA Lally, and then the John O'Keefe family. Paul O'Keefe, who I just think the world of, him and his wife was they were great witnesses when they testified. But the jury, it is true, people are picking up on their choice of wardrobe. Definitely a little bit of an upgrade of what it's been in the past. Sometimes it's been very casual. But I noticed they just seemed, their demeanor seemed, yesterday, they seemed a little more boisterous coming in and out, so to speak. Today, I noticed they were walking with their heads down. They were not chatting back and forth, going in and out. No, again, they were literally in the courtroom very, very short amount of time. Literally came in, okay, they're deliberating. Right now it's 10:29. I will just double check. I don't think there's any other type of update that we have right now. I haven't seen anybody. I'll just double check. I will tell you that, let me just double check. No, I don't see anyone else posting anything. Karen Reed, they had to stay in the courthouse until.
That guy's a complete fool. We got 3 minutes on the clock. Get your butts in here. 3 minutes. What's going to happen? Sarah Boone should represent herself. 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes to hear. It's time to go home for the weekend. School's out for summer. Yes. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's New Year's Eve in the summer. Blast off. Come on, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we think? What do we think? HBEG says, watch Bev be late. You know damn well she ain't coming on now 4:15. Drum roll, please. Dear Lord, we need you now more than ever. Guide this jury onto the path of sanity and reality, and give them a sign that shows them that you will be there with them in their darkest nights while on the streets, the same streets as the McAlberts, until the feds can clean up those streets. Amen. Bev's back in her seat. The cameramen are back in their seat. John O'Keefe, please, you know Karen didn't kill you. Yes, she kissed that fat ass Higgins, but that was only because she was insecure and hurt over your actions in Aruba. You know the truth, Johnny. Help the jury. Amen.
As we cover, remind me. Well, that's why I'm so thrilled to talk to you about the sponsor of this week's Law and Crime Trial stream, truthfinder.com. Honestly, with our content, I really can't think of a better service that can provide actual safety for you guys. Why do I say that? I say that because Truthfinder is one of the largest public records search services in the United States. Their whole goal is to help people like you learn about the people in their lives. And here's how it works. You go on their website, truthfinder.com, and you type in a name. For instance, your new neighbor. Let's say your new neighbor is me, Jesse Weber. Make it easy. You type in my name, and within minutes and a paid subscription,
Close the session, please be seated.
All right. So, jurors, we all know how hard you work. It's been a long day. We're going to let you go home. We'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. To the extent that you can, please just not think about this case this weekend. Clear your heads. We'll start fresh on Monday. So, please follow those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. We'll see you later. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
Thank you. Be seated. Close the session.
All right. We'll see you Monday morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys, there you have it. We'll be back here on Monday. Take care, guys. Have a great weekend.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's that you got to be careful who you surround